And we are live and ready to go for Blue Otters Premier League here in the second week on day 2 of the said league. I'm Isaac. Alongside me today is Glor Snacks, and we are bringing to you in our first matchup Elysium versus Omega Gaming.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Of course, last week, Elysium had some heartbreakers of a
Oh yeah,
series. So
oh
let's
yeah.
say Omega, of course, not that lucky in per se that game. Kind of got ran over last week. Some would say. What would you say that?
I'd say that's a pretty fair assessment. It did not go great for Omega against the Spire. Their adaptation of a draft in game 2 with Seraphine and Mel. Seraphine being the farming champ and Mel being the support. Especially didn't work out for them. I can respect the attempt, and that's something that Omega, what I can tell, is known for, having that flexibility. They may have overcooked a little bit too much last week in that regards, but I mean they are from the previous season. They finished in the top 4, making the semifinals last time around, and it's very much largely the same team coming into season 2 of the Blue Otter Premier League, other than Spaghetti moving in at support for Nubly. So I should expect, while maybe not a win today from Omega, since Elysium are one of, if not the top team in Premier League, at least a bounce back and a step up from week 1.
Yeah. Okay. As we go straight into this game, is that a locked Alawi? Please don't tell me that's a lock.
That was a very fast Alawi lock.
Oh man.
It was not a hover. It was an insta lock R2 Alawi.
Huh.
It sounds like you have either opinions or like are completely like curious about this.
Both. Alawi got gutted, by the way. Alawi as a champion doesn't really exist anymore because her entire playstyle was built around Epoch. And now that Epoch is dead, you kind of do nothing. You beat like some tanks, but some tanks just still beat you. And that is one of Alawi's worst matchups. And that is an insta-lock a Mumu as well into the Ivern. So, Isaac, what do you think?
I think I agree, but also you have to keep in mind that Perspicacious is the Alawi guy. All right, like this is their champ. This is their comfort zone, and while personally I think Omega may have indexed too highly into it, if there is somebody who can pull this off, it is Perspicacious. Whether or not Perspicacious will manage to or not is, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm agree with you in like the strategy department, but the vibes might be saying, they say Perspicacious Alawi. And yeah, we're just going to continue to go in a circle with that. So as we move on through the bans, it's going to be a lot of focus onto the support so far, with Braum, Thresh, and Nautilus being taken away by both these teams.
Okay. Silas, Braum, Thresh, Nautilus. Good Silas ban. You have a Mumu ulti that he could steal. Sivir ulti, not really that worthwhile for the Silas, but could be a good use of ult management as well. Nautilus Thresh bans away from the Sivir is a bit interesting because I don't think you want that. Yeah, Leona is still available, so now you have to answer with. So you're gonna go double Enchanter then with Smolder. Then is my assumption. Melio is still up. Lulu is also still up, or you can go a like Soraka in a way to make sure that you have some security as well. Leona struggles very famously into Soraka. So I think this would be the game for it.
Well, the choice is Karma from Elysium for that double enchanter setup that you were talking about. It is going to be, I mean, it's going to be able to go kind of fast. Also, Karma definitely allows for more pushing it. Double marksman as well from the side of Elysium.
Okay. Corki is interesting. Corki benefits a lot from the Iron enchantment, right? And the Karma, but he just needs some time in order to get to that point where he can just take over the game, right? So right now, the only strong lane Elysium have is topside. The Yukon strong side. Smolder Karma kind of just want to, relax. Karma can poke, but the issue is that Karma cannot save this Smolder in a way.
Yeah. You there? I think I might
Hello?
have lost Wood. You're back. We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Did my whole point just go away? My bad.
We heard something about Karma not saving Smolder was the last
Yeah,
thing
yeah, yeah.
you said.
So I was saying that as it's difficult for Karma to save Smolder consistently because if Leona hits ultimate, this Smolder has to take cleanse now instead of able to take a different summoner spell if you had a Soraka or something of that nature as well. Even then, could potentially, unironically, well, they gutted the champion. I was going to say Yumi, actually. It's not a
Uh,
bad Yumi angle. It actually is not.
I I just on a personal level really don't like Yumi. That champ gets on my nerves. We'll say.
Yeah. It's
I
tough.
I don't think that's exactly the most spicy take ever, but you know it do be true in my opinion. But it's definitely a very, I guess, almost unorthodox draft from the side of Elysium. One that's almost, I'm actually curious to see how it plays out because I mean Mordekaiser is the solo frontliner. Obviously Mordekaiser famously sending people to Brazil and kind of creates space and creates 4v4s for the rest of the team, in which I see what Elysium are trying to do. The amount of shielding that should be coming out from them is, especially if you save the mantra for the shield on Karma, could be. I see it. I see it in my mind's eye what they're trying to do, but still, like, I don't know.
Yeah, because another thing as well is that who are you strong siding on this Omega team? Right? Alawi loses consistently at all stages of the game to Mordekaiser, except maybe levels 1 to 3, where you're able to get him if he doesn't go W second. So you're consistently falling behind there. You have to get a really good trade in order for the Alawi to even play the game, in a sense. Amumu needs to full clear to 6, but Ivern can just full clear faster. It's the fastest full clear champion. You do have Leona Sivir, but you need 6 on Leona to consistently hit these engages onto the Smolder, and if he takes cleanse, then you're just playing to break his cleanse and then regank hopefully in 2 minutes to get more from that, or force a team fight there. But Lissandra also can just get outpoked as well into the early game, so Lissandra also has to be careful in making sure she doesn't die to Corki's true damage. But how I think this game is going to go is that mid lane is just going to be 2 stable farmers, pretty much. Only time Lissandra ever should look to go in is if Amumu is throwing the bandage toss right next to you, saying, yeah, this is a good look here. Because it's easier for Lissandra to be the follow-up engage than the primary engage, because she does not have enough CC timer without ultimate to be the primary.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see how these two teams look to play this game out, but we are going to send it to the spectator delay as to not have either side stream sniping. So we're going to send it to a break, but when we come back, we will be ready for game one between Elysium and Omega, so don't go anywhere. And with the spectator delay finished, we have loaded onto the rift for game one between Elysium and Omega here in Blue Otter's Premier League. We will note that it is not Spaghetti in this week for Omega. Instead, they're subbing in Gunny is the support. He's going to be playing Leona here in game one. A bit of obviously the external factors that leading into it. There's always the chance that, yes, Spaghetti unable to make it this week. You know, sometimes that does happen, but we'll just wait and see what they can do in the bot lane on the side of Omega, how that changes things.
Yeah. I need to see the pathing, the jungle smites. It's both blue smites, so both junglers going for the movement speed. Grass double electrocute. Hmm. Electrocute Lysandra,
Oh,
sure. Electrocute a
electrocute a
Mumu.
Mumu. Huh.
Huh. Yeah.
I, I mean, I guess it's kind of easy to proc because you know the bandage toss gets the stun. You get an auto attack. It gives you that extra little burst of damage. I could see like the idea behind it. I just don't know if I agree with it.
I don't think I do either. Um,
Yeah.
Also D-Ring for Alawi.
Oh. Oh yeah. Wait.
Is that tech? Oh
I
my
it, it
goodness. Isaac
I
the
I is it Alawi tech? I don't. It doesn't seem like it should be, but I don't know. Does Alawi have mana issues? I mean, kind of. Sometimes can, I guess.
sometimes
Huh.
yeah, but I think not enough to justify it.
By the way, Gunny is going to immediately go in on the level 2, finding arrows, stepping a little bit too far up, but the return damage is there from the side of Dilly, so no advantage either way so far as Caxi shows up in the mid lane, kind of helps out Saren a little bit, but does reveal his location. Guster Posey now going for some interesting work here in the jungle.
Yeah, nice little trade there. Dilly a little bit low, like I did say. Had to burn the cleanse and flash as well. Guster trying to pull off an invade here, see what he can get. Does not go for the Krugs, as mid lane is. He's gonna walk into him probably, but Caxi is just. He's just waddling, you know?
Yeah, not exactly the easiest. Gangle having already showed going into the top side onto his chickens. Give away that Caxi fall, but we're going to move straight to the bot lane. Dilly, the target for the side of Omega, but the counter from Elysium is going to try to move on to Gunny. Not quite doing too much damage in return, but yet still these health bars sitting in a relatively okay area. Arrow's still really healthy, getting some decent poke down onto Gunny, and actually, of course, right as I say that, Omega's bot lane has to back off. I mean,
Sorry about that.
oh, okay. I was.
No, it's my bad.
No, it's all right. It's just the timing is a little bit funny because Perspicacious now bullying out CZI, getting a full mark of that test of spirits. Not quite going to get too much follow-up damage from those tentacles, though.
Yep, and now the issue is that Alawi's just going to be going to keep going for it. Now Alawi's in a bad spot because Mordekaiser is able to just sustain with the W damage as Gunny.
Well,
now flashing forward onto Dilly.
Yeah, flash, Zenith Blade, and then the bandage toss follow-up makes it easy. First blood to the side of Omega. Arrow's going to have to try to fully hightail it out of there. Will be able to use the safety of the tower to escape. But first blood to Omega Gaming. Saren? Is
Lysandra?
Saren? I mean, one tower shot's not all too bad, but a bit of a hard commitment from Saren, especially without teleport.
Okay, bit of a Houston. We have a bit of a connection issue there. But yeah, like I said earlier, the only way to really get onto the Smolder, make sure that you burn all of his sums, you know, especially that cleanse.
CZI going to flash forward onto Perspication. Guster Posey has arrived. The snare lands. Smackdown. CZI answers the kill in the top lane.
Yeah, you just don't flash there. You see Ivern walking up there. You know you can't cover the distance effectively. It's just a really tough decision there, but I think you just hold the flash. That way you can, you know, try again, play 2-3 minutes later. But a bit of an interesting game so far, right? You know, it is a Coal Siver as well, as Watercat gets a nice trade. Watercat just doing a lot of
decent amount of damage onto Saren, taking him down to half health. I always have to
Oh,
wonder if Glur Snacks. Okay, he is here.
no. I saw Watercat waste this big rocket on the minion right in front of him. So
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
giggled a
yeah.
little bit.
Obviously not
As
the
now
ideal location
Saren,
of that. Yep, Saren going to pop the glacial tomb, just to prevent the damage coming down from Watercat and heal up slightly themselves.
big summon. That's a big combat summon. Big combat ultimate used there though. So now Watercat can just kind of have control of this lane. He just needs Guster to hover over him, make sure that he doesn't get too crazily engaged on, and he should be perfectly fine as well. Now already up, already 15 CS as CZI will have his spirit tested yet again, and this time he will survive.
Yep, his health bar was relatively full. Uh, and with the extra shield underneath, won't take too much damage. Still, Perspication sitting 12 CS up in the top lane. It's counteracting the lead that Elysium have in the mid to have a relatively even gold count at 7 minutes 45, but Drake has spawned, and with Caxi in the bot on the bot half of the map, it does look like it will be started up by the side of Omega, but Guster Posey also nearby does have access to Daisy if they want to contest.
Yeah, I think you just go for this trade though. Guster knows that they're on it. No real entrance for you. We'll spot him out, but that's the issue when you draft the smaller lane as well. It's hard for you to get prio in some lanes, and especially against Leona.
Yeah, using that priority to be able to completely smother out Guster Posey and Elysium from contesting. It's another late Drake here in Blue Water Premier. We saw that a lot last week, at least in day 2, where it took a while for these first Drakes to go. And as you mentioned, oh hold on, Curse of Sad Money drops onto Watercat, but the follow-up bandage toss doesn't quite find its mark. So Watercat will make it out with his life. Of course, as soon as I say that, Saren goes into tower flashes. No, Saren! Oh, gets baited by the low health bar of Watercat, but they can't quite get the kill.
Yeah, that was no item Lissandra attempting that pretty much. Just no ultimate there as well. You just used it. There's no guarantee. As Guster Posey starts up the grubs, but CZI in a bit of trouble.
CZI very low, will heal
Nice.
up a bit, does get the kill on to Perspicacious, and now the turn is to Caxi, who isn't long for this world. Double kill getting picked up by CZI as the kill score goes 4-1 to Elysium.
Yeah, very well played there, timing his ultimate correctly, making sure that she can't get any of the empowerment down. And Watercat just kind of running over this mid laner here, but Leona is here. Most of the trade does miss.
Drops the
I think Watercat just
solar
wins
flare,
this.
but Saren's way too low to follow up. Watercat feeling fine, down to half HP now. But as I said, Saren just can't walk up at all. Is one, maybe 2 auto attacks away from death, but Arrow sees the flash forward onto Maj, knowing that there's no Leona to help out his ADC. Gets the response flash from Maj, but not much else. And actually, Gunny has arrived back in the bot lane. Won't try to turn this one around. Of course, as soon as I say that, Will gets the Zenith Blade onto Dilly. Maj going to drop a few auto attacks, but the shielding from Arrow comes through, prevents any further damage onto Dilly. And the response from Elysium's bot lane is huge. Snare finds its way into Gunny, but Dilly won't push that luck any further. We continue on and wait for Glor Snacks to return, perhaps having a little bit of connection issues. We take a step back. Oh, he's back. Cool.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. But I guess... No, yeah, go ahead.
Good trade there as well. Arrow able to still find that route as well onto the Sever spell shield, forcing her to burn her flash, so a big cooldown there used. Now full reset for this bot lane, which means it should be some waves lost for the Sever and some tower plating for the Smolder, help them get back a little bit of the gold that was lost. Custer as well here in the bot lane to make sure that they can secure these plates. But The issue is now in top is that this Alawi is behind. Yes, CZI is down 30 CS. At this point, it does not matter. He
He's
already
got
has the
those 3 kills.
Rylai's.
Yep.
Yeah, he already has the Rylai's. As soon as he even hits Alawi with her E, Alawi thinking she can ult him, win a fight, he gets ulted, it's over. So, Alawi now is on the permanent back foot for a majority of this game.
Yes, CZI doing a wonderful job. Knows Perspicacious is in the bush. Flashes forward. Won't quite dodge the test of strength, and the amount of healing that Perspicacious will get from the ult is quite immaculate, but it's not enough to break the shield and the health bar and the item advantage that CZI has in the top lane, picking up the solo BOL onto his counter laner.
Yep. Immediately, as I said, that happens. It happens.
The timing is immaculate from Snacks on that call. Perfect demonstration of the way things are going, but Arrow will be the target for Omega's bot lane, taken very low, taken down. Now Gunny will be the one to get the kill instead of Maj, unfortunately. But still, Omega finally answering in some capacity.
Yeah, no, really good play there as well. This is the issue with the Karma pick, like I did say in the draft. Karma can't help you survive the Leona burst. And immediately they realize that Tilly is a difficult target to hit on right now. Let's just go for this Leona or the Karma who's disrespecting us and walking up. Speaking of disrespecting and walking up,
Saren is doing just that. Will use the Glacial Tomb on himself to buy time for the rest of his team to arrive, but Guster Posey is there in response to allow Watercat to get out very safely.
yeah, and now second dragon being started up, you did kill Arrow, but he's already back on the map. So, Caxi will hit the bandage toss. If they get 2 dragons, it's not bad for Omega. Especially since they got a cloud and a mountain. I think it should be alright. Lysandra is still low, should have already probably reset, but that's 2 dragons right now. That's your win condition for Omega, as it is Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it is starting to stack those Drakes, getting the first 2, getting them very close to the soul. Obviously, next Drake, if Omega can get it, is that soul points. And as you mentioned, it is definitely something that Omega can play around to be able to draw pressure to get a response out of Elysium. But the response here for CZI is in the top lane, pulling Perspicacious back. You've talked about how strong this Mordekaiser is in comparison to Perspicacious. Guster Posey also arriving, going to make this completely untenable for the Alawi. Not quite going to land that pullback, but still very dangerous times for Perspicacious. Very tentative. Let's see how the side of Omega try to counter this, or if they just let Perspicacious go. Not quite going to land the Test of Spirits onto Guster Posey. Won't have access to the E now. Perspicacious will be targeted by Daisy. Going to hit, knocked up, the follow-up, bonk. The heal at least will keep him alive for a little bit and buy time for Saren to arrive. Tries to go onto Guster Posey, gets him down to half HP, but damage isn't quite there. And actually CZI will send Saren to the Death Realm, now having to flash away under tower. I don't think CZI cares. Saren's so low. One more auto attack is all CZI needs to get the kill onto Saren.
And Watercat just got full tower mid from making this play happen. This is just the problem with it as well. Guster Posey getting the kill with Redemption, and bot lane also losing on the tower. Goodness. Oh, the things go from bad to worse for Omega this game, as Saren just trying super hard to force as much as possible, but is that double control wards in the Dragon Fit as well?
It is. It was.
Oh, man. When things go bad, they hit the fan.
When it rains, it pours, and also there's a tree on the side of Elysium to be able to use that to its fullest. In the last fight alone, it went up from about 1k to almost 4 now to the side of Elysium in the span of just a few moments. And with Rift Herald alive, it could continue to get worse as the Solar Flare lands the stun onto Watercat. Potential signs of life for Omega. Watercat on the wrong side of the map. Can he Harry Houdini his way out of it? But the Glacial Tomb lands its way onto Watercat. Still alive for now. Can't quite find Saren, but does get a full pick onto him. Shutdown will at the very least go on to Madge to be able to get that Sivir scaling up a little bit faster.
Thank you, Brother Watercat, for giving Omega a chance back into this game. Clearing all those wards in the Dragon Pit and knew he was, still being... What is CZI doing?
Trying to use the terrain of the Otacon, I guess not pits, but the spawn, the wall.
He was just standing there.
This
minion just randomly died in front of me. Oh, let me go and walk up to the caster.
Yeah, I mean, you try to bait Perspicacious into an area that they're not supposed to be, especially since they have the tentacles set up, even though at this point in time, I don't know how much that really matters for Perspicacious. He's really not doing good right now on the Alawi. Oh, Caxi lands the first bandage toss. We'll try to follow up onto Dilly, but Dilly just a bit too fast in his flight away.
Yep. It's going to be a nice little trade there as well, but the CS lead that existed top lane also just does not exist anymore.
CZI though could be in trouble. The rest of Omega is here. He could send somebody to the death run. Actually, he can't. He's CC'd way too long and bursted down before he could do anything about it. Another shutdown going on to Madge.
Yeah, nice little pick there for the side of Omega. They get two crucial shutdowns, Now the only person still left with the shut... Never mind. Guster Posey just lost his shutdown. But now a good little area here.
Wait, hold on. The target is Dilly. The bandage shots and the Zenith Blade go down, but no follow-up. Gunny is the target for Elysium, having to flash away. Will survive for now, but with no health. That Leona's going to have to go fully back to base. Saren also taking about half HP as a result to get his support out of danger. But all the while, top lane getting soloed by Perspicacious.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little trade, though, here. Interesting play there by the Leona. They knew they had no Amumu ultimate or Leona ultimate to even go look for that. You force your mid laner to TP here, which means you potentially lose on the bot lane play, as now Madge is in trouble.
Try to answer the Rift Herald, going to flash away from CZI, but he's now over the wall to safety, walking forward. It's going to be the Death Realm for Gunny. Can he survive long enough where the rest of his team is back? But so are the rest of Elysium. Flash forward from CZI, bonks down onto Caxi, gets him low. The target is now Gunny, who's dead. Caxi flashing away from the pullback of the Mordekaiser, but it's full retreat for the side of Omega. Can they make it out? The bandage toss onto the Grubs with the on the hunt move speed does mean that the rest of Omega do make it out.
Yeah, nice little play there. CZI, of course, ulting the support, not able to kill him, got a bit scared. But I definitely think he ults the Amumu there, is able to kill him easily. And Leona does cost her life. Dragon was secured by Elysium. And I think Herald was secured by Omega. So technically, you trade Leona's life for Herald. It's not that bad in the grand scheme of things as well. Gold lead now kind of starting to equalize a bit, despite the tower advantage for Elysium. So only about 1k gold difference is still really good in this game state for them, despite how behind your solo laners are.
And it is definitely a step up for the side of Omega. Not too long ago, they were down almost 5k, but they've brought it back into a respectable distance. Gunny might be the target for Elysium. I want to follow that up in response. But yeah, and importantly for the side of Omega, it's the fact that these two shutdowns did go onto Madge, got into the hands of Madge, now sitting on both the Unital's wild arrows. And hold on, Saren going to flash in and use the glacial tomb onto Dilly, but he's alive with the amount of shielding and healing coming through. Saren's not long for this world, finally getting picked up by Dilly, but what does it cost? Guster Posey goes down, another shutdown getting picked up by Madge.
Yeah, this
Actually,
Sivir is
it could be Arrow as well. The auto's coming through, not quite enough, and the second proc of the Mantra Q gets the kill onto Madge in response.
A bit too hypey, too hypey. They heard the music playing in their head. They thought this is my highlight moment. But a bit too far there. And this Lissandra is extremely behind, you know, going in at that point. Lissandra at this point is just an ultimate. A Malignance, Broken Arm Guard, Ninja Tab Eyes versus Spear and a fully stacked mana. It's very, very tough from this point forward as well. But this Sivir gives you hope. And that's what you need on Omega. It gives you hope that if Amumu finds a big enough ulti that you can be able to melt this fight. I think that's the best part.
And especially if this obviously the famous point is the 300 CS, but being complemented by 3 shutdowns means that Madge probably doesn't even have to reach that point before Sivir becomes fully online. Usually that is the 3 item port. He's halfway to that 3rd item. There's spelled, and as you mentioned, it is hope for Omega, who really, in the grand scheme of things, really aren't too far behind. I think we might have lost.
No. I'm just.
Okay,
I'm
he's
being
just
DM'd
thinking. He's
constantly.
thinking.
I'm being DM'd.
He has a brain, unlike me. I understand. All right. Okay. Cool.
Well, I'm fail multitasking right now.
It's fine.
Oh, this could be a nice little play here for Spacious, but it just does not enough damage. This Mordekaiser legitimately took maybe 400 from this entire play.
Left. Poor Perspicacious is doing his best to heal up, is doing his best to survive as long as possible. But meanwhile,
nice little play here on Watercat
in the top lane. They'll get the kill onto Watercat, but the tower shots are coming through. Double kill getting picked up by Watercat from the tower shots, and now Gunny going to be taken down as a result. So across the map, Omega try their best to respond to the solo kill that CZI gets. But in the end, they really do fail to capitalize on their attempted punish.
Yeah, and Taxi still has ultimate. So doesn't believe he needs to ult Watercat in order to burst him more. Unlucky, no crits coming through for that Sivir. Watercat buys so much time staying alive. Tower still stands as now Otacon is just all but Elysium. So the replay here from Omega is double TP to this dragon.
They are going to try to burst this down as quickly as possible, but CZI is immediately heading to the dragon pit, and the teleport comes out from Mordecai as well. Elysium do not want to give this up without a fight. They do not want Omega to be on that soul point, but now down to 2k HP. Can they come through? Solar Flare lands onto Watercat. Won't have his team there to follow up, but it does mean that it is soul point for the side of Omega.
Yeah, really good trade. It got their play back. You know, it cost them a lot of resources to get that play back, but it's still good in the end of the day to be on this soul point. You know, your Amumu does have his Leandries, does have that as well. I really think as well, it's just tough for this Lissandra to really do a lot in it as well. It's so behind. You have to look for a really good angle to get her passive off as well. It's just kind of cooked. I'm not gonna lie.
Saren kind of looking more like an ult bot at this point in time with the glacial tomb. wrong glacial ultimate. But either way, the point is that Saren really struggling so far this game, but importantly, Baron has spawned in the amount of time that we were waiting for, and the focus now between these two teams is straight onto this big purple ward, and Perspicacious could be in trouble. He's alright for now.
Has to walk away, but still think it should be alright. Able to dodge a lot there. Caxi missing the bandage toss, but I don't think you want to take this fight if you're Omega, because if you take this fight and you misplay in any way, it's troublesome.
Oh, the
Gunny?
snare lands down onto Gunny, taken down to about 1/3 HP, but the response is to go forward onto Arrow, healing up, getting away
Saren,
with the flash.
everything.
Bomb is called, and importantly, Dilly has hit the 225 stacks on the Smolder, does have access to the execute at this point in time. Still no kills either way, but Omega have to back out of the Baron pit. Oh, yeah. Saren snared. No damage follow-up, though.
No. But another crucial thing there, Saren goes a bit too early. You know, Sivert does have to pop her ultimate. So that's a hard way for that to go in. Yes, Mom was called, but it's both ADC's ultimate. And Sivert ultimate definitely is a lot better for the team fights. CZI?
My focus was kind of more onto Caxi, who was walking over a ward there, kind of in a bit of a precarious spot. Not going to be collapsed on by the rest of Elysium.
He got away with that. Okay.
Never punished. Never punished.
No. Another thing as well is that, you know, this Amumu doesn't have the Conqueror or anything to make him take. He does have the Aftershock, so it's a pure damage Amumu, which makes it tough as Patrol Ward gets replaced instantly, but this Rockets are going to start hurting from Watercat. We'll have, I believe, Black Cleaver he's going as well, so not going to go for any crit
Seems
this
like
game.
Yeah, looking for an almost poke kind of quirky build with that Shojin and Manamune. Especially if it is that
Arrow?
Oh, the flash from Arrow to dodge is in its blade, but is the target from Omega. This Karma's so squishy. Saren going to be picking up the kill this time around. And now the turn is straight onto the Baron.
Great confirm there from Saren as they look for to start it right now, but no Lissandra ultimate has been used. That's going to be a lot of poke on the
Caxie's very low. No smite available for the side of Omega as they have to back out of the Baron pit. With no jungler, it's an advantage to the side of Elysium for now, and the rest of these Omega health bars are down so low, and so they retreat, conceding the Baron to the side of Elysium, and all the while that was happening, there was still a push in the bottom lane. CZI really utilizing the advantage they have for themselves really well on the Mordekaiser.
What was the point there of Sivir ulting and Leona ulting? The play was already gone, guys. Alawi backed off. She had to run bot to save the play. You know, save bot tower. Wasn't able to save it either. And now you just lost two crucial spells for Dragon. Leona maybe will have it, but Sivir for sure won't have the ultimate. So if she gets caught into a bad position or needs to save somebody, won't be able to use it.
And it's halfway through the cooldown now. Legion won't have access. CZI goes forward, gets the bonk onto both Maj and Saren. Two huge targets on side of Omega. The Sivir is gone, and that's all the strength that's in Omega's composition. CZI getting yet another kill. Double going over to CZI, and that is a huge moment for Elysium as they look to push their advantage even further down the mid lane.
I think they could definitely end the game. 30 on Sivir right now, 40 on Lissandra. For sure, inhibitor only, while Gussert just goes and does the dragon itself, but it's just no vision right there. That was just a great vision play made by CZI, as Dilly will call his mom. I don't know what for. I think he's scared.
Maybe
says,
the
Mom, please come pick me up.
It gives the test of strength will land its way onto CZI, who really doesn't care with how much shielding he gets on that W.
Oh, they actually were able to delay.
Is picked up. Yeah.
Oh, they're scared of this Alawi. Yeah, okay. Watercat goes top, so Watercat splits the focus here, decides to get the top, and now all that stands are the tier 3s and tier 4s of Omega this game right now. Definitely thought that that was an end angle, possibly, but Watercat will walk into Caxi, and Caxi will just smite it away.
Yeah. I do actually. I think I understand what Elysium are trying. They don't want if they leave the mid inhibitor up, they don't get the advantage of the pushing super minions, but the mid lane getting the super minions on its own, not exactly the most ideal place you want the inhibitor to go down. Plus, it does give extra golden experience to the side of Omega when they do pick that up. So instead, to leave that up and not give Omega the chance for the extra golden experience into their pockets, and just taking the top lane tier 2 gives yourself even more gold. If you're not looking for an end angle, I see what Elysium are trying with that play.
Yeah, you're right. You know, mid lane inhibitor is the worst to take. Always, most scenarios. Do you think though, what is the response for Omega now? Because now they're just getting choked out, down 9K. You know, brought it back. You know, from that 5K to 1K, but now down 9K again.
Well, this might
Go,
be
Custer
the answer.
Posey.
Caxi goes forward. Caxi holding
Dilly?
on.
Dilly?
Oh, Dilly walks too far forward. Dilly gets the shutdown onto Madge. Dilly, the response, I mean, he tries to save his team, but he's isolated from the rest of them and gets bursted down so quickly by the side of Omega. However, Elysium are still really strong. They are pushing into the base, trying to find this inhibitor, potentially the top lane tier 3 as well. Daisy's taking down in that inhibitor down to half HP. Not really going to look to complete that just yet, and with Saren in the top lane, does mean
now
that
you have to be careful with your Omega. You only have Leona ultimate as your next engage tool. It did get the free pick there. Sivir ult, you know, Lissandra ulti, and Amumu.
Flash forward, it finds
going
Watercat. The Zenith Blade gets Watercat, and the Solar Flare doesn't quite follow up the Valkyrie away. Means Watercat is okay for now, but the Bandit Shoss finds its way onto the Corki, who will again use that Valkyrie over the wall. But meanwhile, CZI in the backside of this fight is so big. Bonk goes down, but the target is this Mordekaiser. Doesn't have the ability to survive long enough without the rest of his team. Watercat does their best to save the top lane, but speaking of saving the top lane, Perspicacious now being targeted by the side of Elysium,
and actually Perspicacious
so low,
crazy
and the shutdown goes down onto the Ivern as well as the rest of Elysium. The only one left is Dilly, who does manage to get a few kills down. With how low the health bars are, Dilly can try to finish this off, but the Bandit Shoss onto the wave keeps Caxi alive, and across the map, it's a 4-4-3 trade, a hectic fight, but still signs of life for Omega despite how far behind they've been.
Wow, that was just a crazy thing that just happened on my screen, man. Dilly initially called out at the beginning of this entire thing. It took so long in that fight that Amumu got ulti back up, and so did Lissandra, and so did Sivir. That's how long this fight lasted. Just continuing on, but again, I think it's tough. What? I'm so sorry. I just looked at Watercat's item.
Oh.
Why does Watercat...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna pretend I ignored that. We're gonna move on. You know.
It's items. You know, items help the champ. So he's on
now
4 items now.
Completed for this Lissandra. Almost getting Flame Horizon this game. So Corki, 5.5 items. Lissandra at 3. Crazy gold difference in the mid lane alone. Top lane, you know, it's a bit closer in items. Jungle, it's, you know, supportive items, so it's not as much as now. Baron has started up from Omega.
Oh, I do like this call from Omega. They saw everybody on the opposite side of the map from Elysium, and they just burned down this Baron so fast with Madge. There's no response. Of course, as soon as I say that, Gunny is going to be snared and is going to be taken low, is going to try to draw the attention from the rest of Elysium to get his team out of there, but that's going to be Baron for Omega Gaming.
Yeah, but most importantly, that is Sivir Flash used to escape that Mordekaiser flank. Very, very big cooldown used there. Sivir, by the way, 6 items. A full item ahead of Dilly, by the way. That's crazy in this game state that we're in right now, but now both teams on Soul Point which means it's a 41-minute soul. Pretty much.
Yeah, it will be about 41 minutes when the Soul Point Drake spawns. Both sides sitting on 3 Drakes apiece. I mean that for the time being, Omega will have the push from the Baron, could be able to try to get Elysium back onto their heels into their own base to be able to set that up. Is what's going to be Omega's game plan for the time being.
Yeah, nice little escape here from Watercat away from Caxi, but it's kind of tough. You take this Baron as a denial Baron. You know, you are able to get that tier 2 top, but I think that's the extent of what you can realistically get across the map unless you overload this bottom side onto Watercat. Caxi is here. This is going to be trying to be taking that right now.
Cat's the target.
Not just kind of walks up. CZI is top, and they are able to get this. They do overload it. Watercat wants to play it a bit safe, you know. That's going to be Demolish proc to use on that inner turret as well. Now, only tier 3 stand for both teams this game, despite 9k ahead for Elysium.
Yeah, just a few moments ago, as you said, Elysium were 9k up, but at this point in time, only sitting just over 3k this late in the game. It's non-insignificant, but definitely not all that huge. Saren going to take a decent chunk without getting too much damage onto Dilly, but now the focus for the side of Omega is onto this mid lane tier 2 as it gets burnt down by the side of Omega. The response from Elysium's pretty hefty though. Saren taking a large chunk of damage. Mom is going to be spell shielded, but the Leona is the target. Gunny going to be executed by Dilly as he's now been for a while on those full set of stacks, but there's still a decent amount of time before the next Drake spawns. Caxi on the back. I don't know what he's looking for here. Sent to the death realm, but even if he lives, the rest of Elysium are around him. Won't live any. Actually did live long enough because Dilly gets the kill.
Caxi's trying to clear that wave. Just cost him his life, and now just cost his team the game. This Amumu can't go in here. CZI choosing to recall when I definitely think that this is an end angle.
Yeah, they will be able to take down the inhibitor. They are playing this one very cautiously, though, and they are just going to hightail it out of there. So that will give time for Gunny and Caxi to respawn. Importantly, the next Drake spawning in 2 minutes, so not going to be able to utilize that. Perspicacious might have gone way too far using the blast cone to try to find an angle. Redemption drops, not quite going to get it, but shutdown goes onto Maj on the backside, onto Watercat. So the bait from Perspicacious does actually get a really good response from the side of Omega.
Yeah, the Watercat now 6 items as well, same as Sivert, and that's so Leona ultimate used.
Doesn't find arrow. It is a very short cooldown. It will be up by the time the Drake spawns, so not the end of the world for Omega and Gunny.
Sorry. Really just tough game. That's just how ahead Watercat was. It still is. And it's very tough for them. Oh, Dilly in a lot of trouble
Dilly
here.
Is the target locked down, shut down, getting picked up by Maj at a very important time. The flash forward from Gunny trying to find a way onto Arrow. Not going to have the Shield of Daybreak to get the stun, so the Karma does get out alive. But importantly, Dilly's down for the next 50 seconds, which is about the same amount of time before the Ocean Soul Drake spawns.
Yeah, really, really good look there for Omega.
Able to get that Saren. Getting their way onto Guster. Posey gets him down to half HP. The stun drops from the Solar Flare. Saren, though, could be in trouble. Uses the Hourglass. And Maj! Oh, no! Maj having to flash away in a lot of trouble. The pullback! Oh, the pullback from CZI finds the Sivir. There goes all the strength of Omega's comp, and it was looking really bad for Elysium. For a moment, I thought Omega found the angle they They need to get back into this game, but Elysium find the counter. Caxie's on the wrong side of the map, and Elysium are now pushing into base, trying to find the end of the game.
Yeah, just Mash walking up too far there for flashing away, but CZI with the perfect E flashback, and there's a super minion alive. Caxi going for this play, trying his hardest to remove as much as possible, but there are Void Mites here. There's the super minion still alive. TP comes in from Watercat, and now CCI is tanking it, but I don't think it matters.
Seconds. The Nexus is open. And that's going to be the Nexus. I mean, it's not going to be focused just yet by the side of Elysium, but a roller coaster of a game one finally comes to a conclusion, and it's Elysium coming out on top.
Oh man, that's a heartbreaker game. Matt just going crazy as well, you know, able to keep this team in the game despite everything else that was happening as well, but the final fight just in the wrong position at the very wrong time. Caxi again looking for this wave clear when it's just not necessary to go for it. You know, kudos to Omega. They brought some of the gold back, but just getting yourselves into consistent gold deficits is just, it's pushing a boulder when you don't need to in the first place.
Yeah, a very Sisyphean effort in the end for Omega as soon as they got that proverbial boulder back up the hill. It came rolling right back down and eventually into the Nexus of Omega. So a very exciting way to start out the second day of week 2 here in the Blue Otter Premier League, but we are going to send it to a break, and when we come back we'll be continuing this exciting series between Elysium and Omega, so don't go anywhere, you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2. Draft has already started for us here. As the bands come through, Nocturne, Poppy, Darius on the side of Omega as we do swap sides as well. Varus, Maokai, and Senna. So now what do you power pick if you are Omega here, Isaac?
Apparently it's Yunara.
Oh, okay. I didn't
All
know.
right.
No. Champion.
I didn't even need to give the answer to that. It's just that Omega does it for me. They select Yunara, who has definitely risen in popularity since her release, as she's gotten a bit more playtime under players' belts.
Yeah, I think a very good champion, very self-sustaining as well. You can pair it with an enchanter or engage, which I think benefits a lot more in this sort of series. So it is really up to see what the answer is.
Well, currently it's Lucian from the side of Elysium, getting that very early aggression out. That laning power that Lucian has is the response that Elysium wants to go for. Typically you want to pair it quickly with one of the favored Lucian supports, but instead it'll be Volibear for Elysium.
Very interesting. I actually think Aphelios would be the pick, as I think that is the best champion into Yunara already from the start. Because that was pretty much what the day one counter to Yunara is. I still think it is as well, but it could be interesting to see how the Lucian would go around in it. Of course, AD carry that's able to be mobile, attacks a lot, able to look for a lot more plays, per se. Trundle Scion. Oh, we have some very beefiness now.
Bundle the pickup and as the counter to Volibear is Volibear doesn't exactly build the most resistances these days, but still a relatively tanky option that you can use that subjugate on to a decent effect. But with the Scion early pick, while not necessarily, I guess, one of the better blindable top laners available, it does mean that it gets an early counter for Elysium, which they will elect to make the Gwyn.
Yeah, I think Gwen is a good response here as well. Lulu going to be banned away. Very good champion with the Yunara. But I think you just get Nam. I think they want the Nami ban. Is Premier fearless?
It is fearless.
So then why did you lock the Lucian if you knew the Nami was gone?
Wait, Nami wasn't picked. I hate to inform you this course next, but it was Karma support last game, as well as Leona. Nami is available and will be the takeaway from Omega. Obviously, Lucian Nami, the I'd say iconic at this point bot lane, not going to be available. And once again, we have a lot of focus onto the support champion pools here in the bands of the second phase.
Yeah, my bad. Recon.
It happens. It happens.
The Karma, I just thought it was Tsunami, similar, models from a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Either way, moving on, the next takeaway will actually be the Rise. So not a full set of support bands, which does mean that the Melio and Braum are available, and right on cue, the insta-lock goes to Braum.
Oh, okay. Nice little pick there. I like Lucian Braum a lot. Think it should be pretty good as well. But I do have to see what the response is now. If you're Omega, you see that it is Braum taken, so you have to go Enchanter to do better than the Braum. Janna is a good one, but I don't think it's the best you can do.
Interesting.
Is Soraka banned in this league, Isaac? Just asking,
There may be a gentleman's agreement between the teams that they don't want to pick Soraka, but as far as I'm aware, in an official capacity, Soraka is is available and not disabled by the officials at Blue Water League. So it is an option that Omega aren't going for. But in terms of options that Omega want, Aurora will be the B5 pick.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Another champion that could go in. Let's see what they can do with that. Very tough game from the Lysandra in the early game was bad.
Vagar.
But, oh. No. Please, no.
It's locked
No.
in. It's locked.
Oh my god, Watercat's
You don't-
gonna go that build.
Wait, what build?
My god, he's actually gonna do negative damage this game.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any new Vigar tech. What
You
sort of
guys
build are we
tank
talking about here?
Vigar every time.
Oh, so it's a thing that Watercat does.
Tank Vigar, but Aurora does max HP damage. So,
I mean, you never know. He might not this time. you might.
looks into camera. He might not, but if he does, be prepared.
All right, we obviously Glorstax has some insight onto what Watercat likes to do with his Vagar and is clearly not a fan into the Aurora. But looking around, I'm still curious about the Janna pick because every single time for the last, I guess, 5 years I've seen this champion locked in, I swear it does nothing.
Yeah, it's very tough to pilot this pick effectively, right? You have to look for good roam timers as well. You can't really stay bot lane as other enchanters. You are encouraged to roam. Probably have to play around with your Trundle this game. Make sure you can facilitate all of his early invades if he does want to go for any, which I think he should. I think Omega's comp is slightly favored in my eyes because I think Yunara late game does a lot more than Lucian late game and is able to pump out a lot more damage easier, right? The front line on Elysium is Braum. Volibear cannot be tanky enough for your front line, especially with the build he goes. Maybe if you go Iceborne, you can go the tankiness build, but it's very tough to pull that off as well. Because if you start going tank, Trundle's just going to ult you. You lose all your resistances. Scion's just going to be a big meat shield that the only person realistically can burst is Gwen. But even then, it's 6-7k HP Scion. It's tough for Elysium to win this game. They have to win early game really hard to not let Omega get to the point where they can contest them in the lane.
We'll just have to wait and see if Elysium can pull off the sweep against Omega, or if Omega Gaming can send us to a decisive Game 3. But we'll have to wait and see. We are going to send it to a spectator delay. And when we come back, we'll bring Game 2 to you here in the Blue Water Premier League. So don't go anywhere.
星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ No we have 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らすバニーラそれぞれ
Okay, I got it, Isaac.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of SmackDown Sunday Premiere. Elysium taking that game 1 in a somewhat convincing fashion. CZI, the hero of that play at the end there. And now, oh, Spaghetti is here. Okay, so support change was done. But like I was saying earlier, this game is kind of tough for the side of Elysium as well, because the meat shields are back. Yeah, no, that was your
I felt like that was, I don't know, I felt like that was a continued statement. Perspicacious on the Scion particularly, well, gets very big, becomes a very big boy. Actually, speaking of Perspicacious, currently in the mid lane. Wait a second. Perspicacious Scion mid. And then they move Saren top on the Aurora to avoid the bad matchup. Interesting. Well, before we get to that, Dilly and Arrow trying to find a little bit of cheese here on this level 1. Will mark up Spaghetti with the concussive blows. Will have to flash away, but it's kind of on the wrong side of the map. Maj now, bit isolated, but all the while did a lot of damage onto Dilly. And now Arrow taking a big chunk of damage themselves. Arrow having to flash away. First blood getting picked up by Spaghetti. And the cheese is not quite working out for Elysium.
Yep, the cheesers become graded after that one, some would say. Very tough for you to fight into Yunara, level 1, when she just gets to hit you for free.
Oh, the double slows. Dilly taking tons of damage. We'll have to barrier. Maj using the barrier of their own in response to stop the tower shots.
Yeah, now, is this the same Elysium team we just watched, or?
Well, yes, technically.
Technically, yeah, but it's just kind of a bad play there, bad game recognition from Dilly and Arrow there. You know you can't fight this Yunara early. She's already been out for a while. Yunara, a very strong champion. Able to just fully free hit Dilly, to be honest. They overchased onto Spaghetti to do as much as he can and just instantly fell behind so much because of it. Now Dilly, no barrier, still has flash, but it is a kill to Spaghetti, and that's fine.
Here. Going to try to bail out his bot lane. Maj might be the target. Tornado.
Oh,
drops.
nice flash.
Flash forward, stun, drops. Guster Posey gets the kill.
Good recovery there for Guster Posey to make sure his bot lane can even stay all right this game. And it's actually Green Smite Trundle. So it will be Shield Trundle this game. Very interesting.
Green Smite? What is Green Smite? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and
Hold on.
Maj going the Masu tech of not going recurve bow first, going the LS told Masu to go Cull Dagger. So Very funny that it's happening that way. But should be first resets coming in. Double longsword for the Trundle does buy that control board as well. First blood for the Volibear means he gets Amp Tone and a Fiendish Codex.
Yep, going to be going for the Horizon focus, a very common first item for like the Volibear sort of thing, where you get a little bit pseudo tanky with the knowing that Volibear has in his kit and also doing a decent amount of damage. CZI could be in trouble. We'll have to go immune there for a few moments, but the option for the side of Omega to move Saren to the top lane and move Perspicacious mid to avoid the bad matchups is one that has been working out really well for them so far.
Yeah. I mean, Watercat, able to... It's not ideal, though, because, yes, you shut down the Gwen.
Speaking of not being ideal, Saren could be in a bit of trouble. The stun will drop from the Volibear. Does get in range, trying to find the kill on CZI, who's low. Won't quite be able to turn the 2v1 into a 1-for-1. And that'll be another kill going to side of Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, Saren does have TP, though. They're going to try to hard shot this wave. CZI just took a tower shot.
Spaghetti is marked up by the concussive blows, taking down to half HP. This Jan is very squishy. Will have to heal to stay alive. The unstoppable onslaught used into the top lane by Perspicacious, trying to gank from mid, which does get a response teleport out of Watercat.
Good heavens, Isaac, get down! There's a man burling to the top lane! Oh, thank goodness he missed. Whew. That was a scary sight outside my window there, but Spaghetti just eating a lot of damage there as well. I think that was what they were trying to go for, that level 1 play there, as now CZI is now here in the mid lane. As it will be another match here, but it's going to be a nice little big damage on the Watercat.
Oh, but that'll only delay things as Caxi has arrived, dropping the club down. Will be Saren who gets the kill, and the option for the side of Elysium to move these lanes or these matchups back into the similar lanes has not quite worked out.
Yeah, really good play there from Caxi. Just off reset, run straight back. Hit his full clear, goes right up there. Does get the flash, does have to burn flash for this play, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But now this could just be a solo kill. Maybe CZI can hit it! Oh.
Well, that's if he can. He misses everything except for the first cast of that needlework, the one that does the least amount of damage, so not quite going to be able to get the kill onto Perspicacious, but still gets the recall.
Good heavens, Isaac, there's needles outside my window. Who is doing this? It's such a fine day. But nice little trade there, though. Elysium recognizing the play, does go for the opposite side of the map, does able to secure themselves a Cloud Dragon, as I believe it's either Hextech or Chemtech up next, because the spectator doesn't recognize one of the two. So, able to...
the case.
That
is the Chemtech.
Chemtech Dragon, okay. So we will have Chemtech Dragon. Different from the ocean a little bit. But it's going to be same lane assignments now coming back up. Very unlucky for CZI to not claim that kill. If he's able to claim it and get some much needed gold injection back in, he'd be ahead of the Scion. But it doesn't matter too much right now. Maj is 6 as well, so is Dilly, so... Look for a possible 2v2 fight bot lane here, with Spaghetti being 5. Because I think they want to look for something, but they will respect the Yunara.
Yeah, Maj, now that level 6 Yunara does have a pretty nice power spike. At level 6, her ultimate obviously allows her Q to basically be up perfectly and turns her W into a little burst / slow sort of beam.
Ooh, good dodge there from CZI. He almost straight up just got hit by that, and it would have been horrible trade there. It would have been like 400 HP gone.
Yeah, does manage to get out of that relatively okay. We continue on. We take a look around. First strikes we mentioned gone to the side of Elysium, but the response for Omega is in the top lane. Will now be picking up the third Void Grub kind of off screen. It will be that extra turret taking power and picked up by Omega. Speaking of Omega, Perspicacious could be in a little bit of a troubling situation, taking very low on the needlework, getting all 3 casts of it down onto Perspicacious from CZI. Now Guster Posey in the bot lane, calling drops, doesn't find too much damage with the other wave arriving, and so the gank from Guster Posey doesn't quite come through.
I think Guster Posey's gonna look for a re-engager. I think he may just run around. Chooses to not go for it again. Good play there from CCI on the vision there. Saw that the Trundle was topside. Instantly played back. Didn't want to go too crazy there. Yes, he can get the confirmed kill, but Cyan just has to buy time. Flash away. Caxi can just get there, and then he just ults him. And it's over because CZI can't just escape.
That means it does slow things down a little bit. It is an important one. We are 1 kill away from the feats of warfare going either way. So whoever gets that next kill gets 1 step closer to the fancy boots that becomes available to them. All the while, Dilly getting a nice little solo plate for themselves, but might have a little bit of trouble on these recall timings. Spaghetti forcing Dilly back.
Yep. I also think as well, now that you have certain items here as well, Cosmic Drive is completed. CZI. Oh, Perspiration sees Guster Posey on the top side.
Yep, and will use the unstoppable little onslaught to escape prematurely.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think Guster Posey was going to go crazy there and just flash into you. But good job escaping as Guster Posey continues his ward clearing adventure. That's 2 control wards down and another ward taken out. As Arrow has somehow ended up in front of them all.
Glacial Fissure drops, but the ult from Spaghetti will separate things out. The answer from Madge, is it enough to be able to return a kill? He's still 4 health. Feats of Warfare going to the side of Omega, but arrows immediately claimed, and the roam down from Caxi chomps down on Dilly to turn the kills advantage to the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, not able to get much there.
Doesn't quite land the 3rd mark of the needlework, but it's because of a flash away from Perspicacious. We'll have to recall now.
Yeah, TP also used there for the Aurora, which I think is interesting. Smash does get this wave in, but they just focus down purely on the Janna, but are free hitting for most of that as well. No real threat. Guster Posey
taken low between worlds will force Guster Posey to use the Stormbringer away. And the second Drake gets picked up by Hextech map, Hextech Soul, and the Drakes. These are the prime Drakes to be taken. We'll be getting another set of them and for the rest of this game.
Ooh, Yunara with Hextech Soul should go crazy, actually.
Oh my gosh, wait, hold on. You're so right. This is true.
Oh? Sketty taking some okay damage in return there, but it is just going to be tough there because...
Concussive blows procced. Gets matched down to half HP.
Yeah, Guster Posey's here. No ultimate, though. So cannot, become the storm. But Spaghetti should just either ward it or just reset with the Yunara. Chooses to reset with the Yunara. CZA does TP back top as well. So they are willing to give up plates here for this play.
Yeah, and knowing that Caxi's on the opposite side of the map, there's Spidey senses tingled, as you mentioned, will give up some plates. Going to go to Dilly and Arrow. We'll have sight on Guster Posey now. But it doesn't look like Omega wants to give this red buff up. We will be getting a fight over it. Saren and Caxi are here calling drops, but doesn't get too much damage.
Caxi?
Guster Posey. Caxi goes too far. The Vagar E, the cage locks him out, and now the rest of Omega won't care. Watercat going too far forward. Will manage to get the kill onto Spaghetti, though. In response, double kill getting picked up by Madge. And so a 3-4-2 across the board in the end. CZI, though, getting the solo kill onto Perspicacious.
3 for 3 at the end of it all. But a really good cage from Vygar sets up that fight, so Caxi gets instantly bursted out. The only problem is, you used all your burst already. Yunara is able to free hit for most of that entire play. Dilly on the back foot consistently there with Arrow, just trying their best to run away. And now Yunara is board completed super ahead. I don't think you can kill here if you get the full concussive blows off here. I think it's just too late. They're going to look for it, though.
Get the first one. The tornado drops from Spaghetti, keeping Madge alive. Concussive blows not quite having that full effect as you would have hoped or predicted, I suppose. But so
even then, I don't think it matters if you stun this Yunara up, and if you burst the Janna, you also just lose the fight. You're in a legitimate lose-lose situation here, because I don't think it matters enough. Because how ahead Yunara is. CZI taking a decent trade, able to get a lot more there. Dilly
dropped. Didn't look like it hit too much, but immediately the focus is now to the top half of this map. Watercat not quite finding too much damage. Don't think he's used the event horizon just yet.
Whoa! Subjugation is used too early there.
Perspicacious. Do they get the kill? And that will be the Scion getting claimed, but the zombie form gets so much damage across, and the kill is returned. Currently 2 for 2. Watercat drops the ult onto Saren, immediately deletes the Aurora, and so only Caxi is left from the side of Omega Game to answer to this Rift Herald. But I do believe is getting zoned out, and we'll have to concede that. But all the while in the bot lane, it's still exciting across the map. Arrow and Dilly sitting very low. Maj full health, feeling perfectly all right for themselves, and with no more plates, that'll be the first tower going to the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, you know, and now I think it's 1-1. It's 2-2 objective, so next objective claims it, and it's this dragon up in 40, but this Yunara is just so much more ahead. Honestly, it's just so tough now. 2 items already done as well. You know, no boots completed for either ADC. Does have magical footwear, but the Braum still not at full first item. And Janna already having that Moonstone, already getting started on the second Enchanter one. But the bright spot is CZI, I will say.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why I felt like that there was going to be another statement after that. Speaking of CZI, we've seen a little bit of an exchange there between them and Perspicacious. CZI, as we've seen, gotten a few solo kills onto the side. Or I say a few, I think it was maybe the one was a solo kill onto Perspicacious. Either way, it is going to be the side of Omega completely zoning out Elysium for this Drake. It will be the second Drake going over the side of Omega. And as you mentioned, it's going to be the fancy boots available to Omega as well. Feats of strength getting claimed.
Yeah. Really good look here, though. Omega could find an ease of access back into this game, though. I think CZI's next item, though, has to be some sort of MR shred, as that's 3 Merc shreds completed.
Speaking of CZI, Perspicacious will dodge out the snip step, but hold on, goes back to Meg. Culling dropped by Dilly, but doesn't get any major damage onto one target. So really just a kind of bit of a tickling. Gets his health bar slightly lower, but Madge immediately heals right back up. Now Arrow could be in trouble, going to hop away onto Buster Posey. Guster Posey, not the San Francisco Giants former catcher.
Goat alert.
Oh, hold on. Well, pause there. It's going to be the mid lane tier 1, not quite taken, and actually it's going to be Spaghetti targeted just too far away, but Madge is still alive, stunned up. Madge too far forward, double kill for Dilly, and it's a bit of a blunder for Omega Gaming.
Madge just pulling the same mistake that they did last game, just going too far, not expecting them to even go crazy on it as that tower's gone. Cassie's now here, but here's the Aurora
Saren
dropping the
goes
winning.
between worlds, gets the kill onto the Braum. Not going to get much more, but still gold into the pockets of Omega and a response. Speaking of gold, we're sitting basically even at 20 minutes.
Yeah, but Watercat, you know, does have to go, forces Aurora to go to that play. And now Watercat gets that free bottom tier 1 tower. So only tier 1's left standing is just going to be top.
Still, the response from Saren, as mentioned, did get that kill. Now, yeah, tier 1's all both available. Bit of an interesting situation to have as mentioned, the Drakes. The soul point potentially available for the side of Omega coming up in 2 minutes 30 seconds. Both mid and bot lane tier 1s taken means that both these teams have a wider range of options to move around the jungle near the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Otacon is bot as well, so would be a crucial fight there. But all teams just kind of hoping to just farm waves, push, see where they can get their advantages. Arrow.
Oh, Arrow going to be
knocked
hit by
up.
Tornado. Pillar drops, can hop away to Watercats. But Watercat now might be in trouble because the Event Horizon already used. We'll have to flash over the wall to get away. Will do successfully, but no flash on the Veigar is troublesome.
Yeah, like Gwen able to get that tower top just in Scion's face. Will drop the needlework now. It's just staying in front of him.
Down to half HP. Snip finds the sensor. Does a good amount of damage onto Perspicacious. Can CZI find the rest of the kills? No, he can't. But hold on, that's going to be Spaghetti way too far forward. Caught out by Elysium. And now the rest of the Elysium members get low. The stun. The Event Horizon drops onto Saren. Not quite enough to find the full kill onto the Aurora, but these health bars are so low, they get a few flashes as well right before the Drake spawns.
Yeah, that's Roa ticking over for this Veigar. CZI getting a lot more damage onto the side lane tower. Chooses to not give his life for it. Definitely think he could have taken it. But now another death for Spaghetti as he is just out of position there. And now this game state still favors Omega for me because of how ahead the Unara is. But we need to stop giving ease of access for Elysium to find a way back in, because the deaths and misplays have just been allowing them to have control over this game state. And while I still do favor Omega, like I said, I think it's starting to get tougher and tougher.
Yeah, we see that the gold is over 1k, actually over 2k to the side of Elysium at this point in time. As you mentioned, importantly, Madge has all the gold on the side of Omega. We saw how crucial it was for a few of those fights in Games 1 and how much Madge can do to keep Omega within range. Spaghetti with some fancy footwork, dodging out the Q from Arrow. So we'll be fine, not slowed up. And importantly, Drake has spawned now in all that time. We've got an inside track and early positioning advantage to the side of Elysium, who do have to force this fight. You don't want to give Omega the Drake stacking, and Omega will instead just opt to try to push the mid lane.
CZI drops the needlework topside. Drops all three. Is he still losing that, though, is the question. Scion's HP bar, they're now starting to be equal, which means yes. CZI, despite having that fight start so poorly, ends up around the same HP bar as the Scion, which is still a win for him. Scion not typically one to build any massive health regeneration, and Spaghetti is hit again.
Oh, Will had to flash away on the Janna. That gives access to this mid lane tier 2 as Elysium pick up yet another tower. And so
Oh, the
Elysium,
flank?
oh, the flank is huge. This is the angle that Saren needs. It's not quite. He got a big burst of damage initially, but there's just not much damage left in Saren's kit on the Aurora. As soon as the initial burst drops, doesn't find any kills and instead gives their life over to Elysium.
Yeah, it's just too overforced there. No, Weirdning is able to help them as well, and now this is going to be Otacon started up for Elysium. Though I do think Omega can look for a fight. Caxi is fully healthy, hasn't been able to really participate a lot, but I think it's just going to be the give instead. So Elysium now going to be up about maybe 4K. No, still 3K right now, but I mean, from how it started, it was just needing this Yunara to stay ahead.
Yeah, and Match hasn't quite gotten as much gold as it would have liked, considering how that early game has gone. It's now 3K gold lead to the side of Elysium, and in that last exchange of plays, even the option from Omega to try to take that mid lane tier 2 really didn't work out. Baron now spawn on the map. Maybe a potential angle for Omega to get back in, but Maj completely chunked out by the culling from Dilly.
Yeah, really nice look there as well. I mean, Dilly's just starting to hurt, and the items, Yunara was up a full item to a half, but now sort of equalized, but it is Infinity Edge to another Zeal item, so not exactly equal terms of gold per se, but it doesn't really matter as now RFC is completed for this Lucian.
Yeah, when me able to get a few of those auto attacks with extra range just to give Dilly a bit more safety. But in terms of like the state of things, other champs around, Watercat has fully gotten to a point. His Rod of Ages has stacked, is kind of like almost pseudo tanky, if you will, while doing tons of damage on this Veigar. We've seen it with how much burst he did onto Saren in that last exchange on the attempted flank, but we do have Caxi now moving on to Arrow with the rest of Omega. Tornado drops, but
oh, they got Maj! They got Maj!
Fissure drops. Maj is low, but not without a kill in return. Flash forward from Caxi, gets the kill onto Lucian, gets the shutdown, and now the look is to Guster Posey, but it just might have been a little bit too far from Omega. Another kill traded back down onto the Trundle, so 2 for 2 for now. But not much else with Baron still on the map.
Yeah, good burst there from this Aurora onto that Lucian very easily. Able to hit a lot there, but Guster Posey is just going to do this Baron pretty much by himself. With the Noroi build as well, able to just fully heal. The only thing that stops you is your mana, pretty much. And Taxi is still dead. Can they time it so Dilly will be able to get it?
I'm going to give this up. Teleport comes through from Saren, but I think that's what Elysium were aiming for, just to get resources out of Omega's, inventory with it that they'll have access to. So no map movement available for this Aurora for any potential fights coming up, especially as we have the next Drake spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is going to be soul point for both teams, so very big fight there. Aurora now has to walk the entire way as, wonderfully looking at this mid lane. Oh, I love this Rare Blossoms.
Yeah, this is
Oh, hey, there's a Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, we have a kind of bit of a positioning battle going down in the mid lane currently that we're just not getting access to on the camera. It seems like a big one.
Oh, big fight there from Arrow.
We'll finally see it. The culling drops down. Caxi's very low. Stormbreaker comes through. 2 kills immediately to the side of Elysium. And now Omega has to retreat. Perspicacious stunned up from the concussive blows. Unstoppable Onslaught will get through
Maj got hit by the
E, but we'll be able to get out. Maj does quite a bit of damage on that W, but it doesn't quite get the kill onto Arrow. And Dilly dashes forward, gets the kill onto Maj. No ADC available for the side of Omega. Only Saren and Perspicacious left alive means soul points will be picked up by Elysium and very possibly the Baron as well.
Yeah, really good fight angle there. Just trying to my best to imagine here. I think Caxi, just kind of walking up with his Scion, see what he can get done. And he just gets fully bursted there, Trundle with the Triforce and Deadman's and, the chain links, but not too much that could really come from that. Watercat does get himself a nice gold bounty there as well, getting that bottom tier 2. The gold lead now has ballooned to about 6k, but Caxi is here, so no Baron threat for right now as Guster Posey still continues on his journey through his jungle.
Yep, and as you mentioned, really only Baron on the map, but Omega, as you mentioned, can't really threaten it with the way they are positioned right now, fully pushed back on their heels. They sit around and wait how Elysium try to utilize the pressure from a potential Baron to be able to draw Omega out.
Yeah, now really tough spot for them because now you have to walk into this Elysium comp if you want anything to go right. Could look for a hard over force here, clearing that vision, but that does spot 3 already. So they know Scion top and there's 3 grouped together. So their only answer is to see what they can get. Watercat still in this bottom lane alone. Does not have the TP up yet, I believe, unless that is just a small bug.
No. But there's still a few seconds for Watercat on the teleport. Culling dropped, trying to find Madge. Doesn't quite get the Culling down onto the enemy ADC. And with Madge having access to lifesteal, Guster Posey will get out. And we continue a bit more and just wait to see. Oh wait, hold on, jump forward in the mid lane. We might have a fight going through again.
Yeah, 4v3 here,
just threatening it, but I mean 4v3, but it's a bit of a difficult angle for the side of Omega to find a way in. They don't really have that snap engage to take the advantage. Guster taking out to half HP. And we go between worlds, but it only does so much damage. It delays a lot of time. Guster Posey very low, getting the shutdown now onto the Aurora, but the rest of Elysium has arrived. Watercat does so much damage with that Veigar ult. Gets a kill in return onto Caxi, so no junglers on either side with Baron available. Watercat not quite getting knocked up, drops the Event Horizon, gets the stun onto Perspicacious, slows down a potential advance from the side of Omega, but the health bars of Omega are completely full, while Elysium's are mostly down at around half HP.
Yeah, really good fight there. Arrow? Okay. Arrow in a little bit of a trouble spot there, but a nice little re-engage there as well, able to burst down Caxi, but Guster Posey just walking back into that Aurora, eating the E, just constantly going back and forth, trying his hardest to see what he can do, but it just doesn't matter at the end of it all. And he does fall. Now really up to see what can happen next.
Baron is still on the map.
Yeah, Baron is the next.
Important one. It is an
now
important
we
one
look at the gold. Yeah. The Yunara is behind gold now from how crazy that start was. That's depressing.
Yeah.
But top lane relatively even, only 1,000 behind for this Scion, which is pretty good. Jungle and mid are the biggest gold leads, so 1.5k and 1.7k respectively. As now Scion
will drop the Unstoppable Onslaught to get away. That's a decently long cooldown, and with the next Drake spawning in under a minute, it could be a very crucial one that Omega won't have access to for this coming fight. Speaking of the Baron and the Drake, it's also an important time where, if there is a Baron play with the Drake spawning now, it basically secures one into the other. But with how things are going, I doubt we'll see that. We get a positioning battle. Caxi getting marked up by the concussive blows, but now Guster Posey down to half HP.
Oh
the
my
response
God,
to Culling is huge from Dilly. Madge taking a large chunk of damage. CZI.
No, they're
now
gonna turn on the
back down in
TP.
response. Perspicacious with the response a bit too far in, but he's still very tanky on the side.
Caxi!
Oh, the Event Horizon drops onto Caxi, but CZI gets the kill onto Perspicacious. So no kills over to the side. Flash forward from Dilly. Gets the kill onto Sarah. And of course, right as I say that, another kill goes over to the side of Elysium. Numbers advantage to the Elysium squad. And the health bars are also very full and really not in any sort of danger, while Omega has to retreat to lick their wounds, which means Soul will be picked up by the side of Elysium.
Yeah, Baron is now also the answer as well. It's just poorly played there. Aside there, Guster Posey able to ult that time, which means he's able to survive for as long as possible. Caxi now in a lot of trouble.
Recall stopped. Won't be able to get out CZI, picking up yet another kill, importantly onto the Trundle. Even though I doubt a steal was on the cards for Caxi, it guarantees now that this Baron is getting picked up by Elysium as Watercat gets a kill onto Spaghetti off screen.
Spaghetti walking in, trying to get some vision on the escapes of them. Probably just walked into a Braum stun and then just walked into the event horizon. And unfortunately, it is the hollow purple. It means it will be the confirmed death here. It's now Perspicarious in a lot of trouble.
Across the map. Perspicacious going out to ult away Saren in full retreat. So pushes in both the top and mid lane simultaneously for Elysium. They're looking to end, and there's just not a lot of gas left in the tank for Omega. 12k gold down at this point in time. One final fight is going to come through. It's their last stand on the side of Omega. Can they somehow miraculously keep this game going, or will we be sent to game, set, and match? First Nexus Tower down very low, and they will be denied. Guster Posey with the Stormbringer brings the pain, but there's not quite enough to find any kills, and actually the tower shot gets a kill onto Guster Posey, but at what cost? The Nexus is now open. Perspicacious goes down, so does Maj. Double kill for Watercat, and that will be game, set, and match. Elysium.
Yeah, really disappointing for this Omega team. They had this early game advantage all to themselves, but just not able to utilize the majority of it. Caxi, when we said he still had those items, ends the game on those same items. Just not able to get any gold going his way at all. Very, very tough game, you know. Mayaj was so ahead on this Yunara, easily just hiding 1v2 by themselves, but the game slowly gets choked out more and more. Elysium finds little things here and there, finds just ways of revenue, pretty much, just ways of revenue for themselves to continue the game going. CZI having a great game as well. We made that focus on that top side as well. Watercat did not go the tank build, so thankfully you did not have to see that. Dilly as well, able to just come back from that early game missteps as well. It's just well played to all of Elysium, but it's sloppy play in the beginning. If their early games get fixed up, Elysium should have a really good chance as the season continues on. But Omega, you have some things to look forward to. You are able to generate these gold leads sometimes. You know, did struggle with that in week 1, didn't really get a chance. But able to just kind of find their way into some games, just have to be more decisive as a unit together. Understand what their place is, understand the champions they're on, of course, and see how they can fix these issues going in to next week. But again, well played to Elysium. They deserve their roses. Dilly had a better performance than Maj, despite being down.
And so it is a good comeback week for Elysium to be able to take the win this time around over Omega. It was always going to be a difficult battle against the reigning champions of the Blue Otter Premier League for Omega. And as you mentioned, there were a few positives to take away, especially from that game 2 for this Omega team, but that will do it for our first series. So we are going to go into a bit of an extended break, but when we come back, we'll be getting ready for our second series of the day between Literal Monkeys and High Alert. We'll be bringing that to you in a little bit, or probably in a bit more correctly. So don't go anywhere, or actually, do come back for that one. We're going to send it out until then. So yeah, have a good one. We'll see you soon.
守り手は空からの勝負声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing Heart 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
And we are back and ready to go for set 2 of Blue Waters Premier League here today in week 2. I'm Isaac. Glor Snacks couldn't quite return, so we got possibly the best person to bring a literal monkeys cast for us. I'm Colonelson and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I mean, this roster has had so many expectations, very good and very bad. Obviously last week went very well. But up against High Alert, whom many have some questions about. So I'm very, I guess we'll say optimistic, but also very excited to see what they have to bring.
Yeah, they have a almost completely new lineup from last season of Blue Otter Premier League, with the only returning member being Oso in the top lane. I know Chong Solmo was very bullish on them, or at least in comparison to last season. They're not like playoff contenders all of a sudden, but he said definitely had higher expectations for them here in season 2 of the Blue Otter Leagues. We're waiting for draft to get them in. I mean, you're the one person who would know about the monkeys. So while we're waiting for draft to begin, like, tell us about this monkeys roster, Colonel.
Well, obviously, like you said, there's a lot of new faces. And frankly, there's a lot of new and old faces in terms of the monkeys organization. Gumi's been around for a minute. He's been on many Emerald Monkeys rosters to great success, almost entirely in AD. I know that one of the content pieces said Gumi's a top laner. Yeah, but he has played a lot of ADC recently, so I don't think you should knock him for that. But also we have some new faces. I think the one that the league has to kind of be on watch for, like many have pointed out, is the mid lane. He is a star, and now as we get into draft, I expect a couple of those bans to be pivoted towards that mid lane, just because of how much of a carry threat he can be.
Yeah, and I mean, I've even had the opportunity to cast Thunder McBusters. I believe it was in one of the Titan Leagues, like round of 12s, and he was definitely one of the standout members of that team. Definitely one that we're a lot of very bullish on so far. Obviously wasn't quite available for the monkeys last week, so hopefully we'll be able to get a good look at him this time around into High Alert. And straight away, I mean, the Ziggs takeaway from Thunder McBusters, not a real big surprise.
Yeah, that's also the really fun thing about Premier, is because we have these bigger roster sizes, you know, you have rosters that ebb and flow, and who is the star on the day doesn't really matter as long as you can get your team to win. I think Thunder has to be really happy with how week 1 went in his absence. Now going up into High Alert, already all the way through to bans. I'm surprised to already have seen some top lane bans with the Jackson Poppy. Obviously, both of these champions are flexible nowadays into either the jungle or support. But I am a little bit surprised, and it looks like monkeys will very quickly be hovering the Jhin, which is something that is somewhat of a comfort pick for Gumi, although with a lot of Premier AD carry champions still on the table, I don't know if it would be my first priority, but clearly for the Premier team it is.
Surely they don't. Surely we're not going with the R1 Kane in game 1. Like we already started with the B1 Jhin, which, as you mentioned, is a bit of a comfort pick for Gumi, right? But still a bit unorthodox. But they're baiting us, right? Like, sure. Oh my God, they locked it. Oh my God. Oh, I mean, all right. Yeah. Sure.
I mean, clearly comfort trumps all in a lot of situations. I love to say that, but comfort tends to trump a lot of fantastic team comps. And I think that if you build around a Kayn, it can still be very valuable, locking in the Kai'Sa with it. And for monkeys, seemingly a little bit more standard, locking in a very early Renekton so that they can get it out before the second phase of bans. And then I'm curious. No, I'm just confused. I was going to say I'd be curious if they were going to lock in a support combo. You know, you kind of expect with Kayn and Kai'Sa to be going in against Dive. So some kind of peeling AD carry that can help keep Jhin alive. But instead they go for the Rek'Sai in the jungle. I'm a little bit surprised by that, I'll be completely honest. I think she did get some buffs somewhat recently, or they're planned for next patch. I'm not sure which one. But I guess they clearly feel confident in it. And now Cassante, I think that is a pretty bread and butter top lane matchup for High Alert.
Yeah, Renekton, Cassante, two relative staples in the top lane in recent times, so no big surprises there. But I mean, Rek'Sai Cade. Like, how
Feels
do
like
you
this
even,
is like 2016. This is like, or 2017.
maybe it was before I played League. I can tell you that much.
2017 was when Rek'Sai was popping up in Worlds, if I remember correctly. I remember I was like a youngling. I was just barely playing League, and I watched C9 Contracts play it in Worlds group stage, something like that. Maybe it was 2018. But now, okay, back to maybe more so what our expectation should be. Bans in the mid lane. Syndra, Silas, these are both champions that you kind of expect to have to be taken off the table at this point. The Silas, I think, is pretty nice considering there's some pretty powerful ultimates. You know, a Rek'Sai, getting a Silas right next to you because of a Rek'Sai ultimate can feel ridiculous. Also, Ahri, both very powerful skirmish mid laners as well. You obviously expect this Kayn to be looking very aggressive in early skirmishes to get form quickly. So getting some of these higher aggressive mid lane champions makes sense to get off the table because they'll synergize so perfectly for high alert.
Yeah, it also takes away, at least from the Silas, gets rid of some comfort that Rept has in the mid lane. It's not like his like most played champ, but it's definitely up there. Stylistically does get away from it, but Annie being the lock-in from the side of high alert, more of a popular one these days, and you know, one of those mid laners that just presses all their buttons and hopes that the damage is dealt.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to keep your eye out with Annie is it's guaranteed CC, right? It is walk up, CC. I think Swain is a great pick here because you know 3 of them are going to be, I mean, Kai'Sa's even short range too. They all have to be in your ultimate, making you this formidable drain tank. Also, it's not a matchup where Annie can just walk forward and kill you. You know, that is the big worry in mid lane, is that once she has her 4th stack, she has this like unlosable trade that can help her to guarantee get priority by chipping away at your HP bar. So I like the Swain pick specifically. And now Alistar, I guess I like it. It does kind of what you expect out of what you need in the support, right? We're expecting heavy dive. We're expecting them to jump in on Swain, on Jhin, and Swain and Alistar are very happy to have them jump on top. And if they're ever in danger, then obviously you have the headbutt.
Yeah, the ability to just say no to anyone trying to get in is pretty significant, but at least in lane, a pretty good answer to that form of that option to go in from the Alistar. Braum, a very, very classic stopper of these sort of engaged champions, and that will be the choice for high alert coming through. And I personally think Braum is just generally a really good pick.
Yeah, I think so too. I frankly, you tend to see him more in Plat Elo. In Plat Elo, he's basically first pickable. He's like Plat Thanos. You know, it just like works in every comp and beats every comp. In this comp, I don't know if I'm as sold, especially when the rest of your team isn't so stagnant, doesn't necessarily want to peel back. But Cassante and Braum can do a good job of taking space with like the threat of an Annie stun. So I think that their team fight is maybe a little bit more intuitive. Obviously, Kai'Sa loves Braum. It gives her really high access to her plasma stacks to get a good burst of damage. But I don't know. Frankly, these are both generally speaking unorthodox comps. You know, unorthodox champs. So I can't really tell if I like it or not. You know,
yeah. As soon as you throw in Rek'Sai and Kayn into the mix, it's like any sort of like preconceived notions about what the other 4 champs are going to do kind of just goes out the window. And you go, okay, well,
yeah,
see.
right. I feel like okay. I will try my best to keep my monkey's bias aside, but I do think the ace in the hole for this team comp specifically is the Swain. Kai'Sa is a short range AD. Annie is a short range mage. All of your damage other than those 2 are out of melees. So if Swain gets ahead, he will have a field day. His Q can hit all 5 at a time. He's draining all of them. I feel like the the champ that I love the most in this spot is the Swain, and I think especially as we were talking about before draft with who we have on the Rift, if you're gonna put one champion and say that you're built for the situation better than any of these champs are, I feel like giving it to Thunder McBusters is a good bet. So I would be slightly favored towards the Swain, but I don't know if I don't know.
It's so wild. I agree. The Swade, obviously, Demonic Ascension, such a really good tool to drain any sort of short range champions that want to run into them, which is very much what High Alert has. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see how these two very non-meta out there junglers perform here in game one. But we are going to send it to a spectator delay so as to have some to keep the competitive integrity between these two teams. So when we come back from that, we will see how Kane and Kaisa Rek'Sai do. So don't go anywhere. We're looking forward to that. And we are back and loaded onto the Rift for game 1 between the literal monkeys and a High Alert. And straight away, pings from High Alert to run straight to the bot lane to try to pick out a straggly member of the monkeys. This time, if it's going to be anyone, it's most likely going to be Gumi.
Yeah, and Gumi so heads up here, drops the ward, immediately leaves, so he will not succumb to any early aggression out of High Alert. We'll see if they actually do walk up and get spotted. They do.
Yeah.
So now this is even worse for High Alert because now look at all the pings. Immediately, everyone is walking their way up into High Alert's jungle to drop a ward themselves. It will be a trade of vision because they will keep going, get their vision in Monkey's jungle, but they don't know that monkeys know. So it is an information gap that monkeys are happy with. Fairmacy has to be a little careful there. The spidey senses were tingling. Looks like little hiccup, but I think Dongle Clicker will go back and drop that word. But it looks like we are paused for a minute.
We might have got a brief pause at the start of the game. Is usually the cause behind these
Pause
situations.
after the pause, I see.
Yeah,
Yes.
so because like this, so like what happens is, so like if the game starts and there's a pause, to like catch up with the spectator delay to like reinstate it, there's like that separate extra pause after the back. But the graphs come down. Pissarro going to be targeted.
Tawny 2K had to be a little bit careful there, and now he will be a hair later than Kane. Obviously, you always expect that Kane is going to be starting Raptors, so nothing kind of different than expectations there. But Rek'Sai will be a little bit slow to the camp, so we'll see if Kane can use that tempo advantage and try and make a play onto Gumi and Faramasi.
Obviously, Kane does have to really wait for either evolution to truly start to come online. So at the very least, in terms of tempo, you know, monkeys don't have to worry about maybe the most insane play at this point in time. But as you mentioned, still slight advantage. And speaking of advantages in the bot lane, the extra power that Braum has at the level 1 and how much Alistar really isn't a champion until he gets both the headbutt and the pulverize available. Those main slight advantage to the side of High Alert to start things out.
Yeah, now look at that. Jake and Laos are going to get another ward. So much coverage and so much resource used to track this Rek'Sai to make sure that Tawny 2K can't get off the ground and get rolling. I still do expect Pissarro to make action in the lanes, but hold that thought, that's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, Baxel doing a decent chunk. Does have the Conqueror stacking up, but Oso as well, not getting too bad of a result in that trade. Interesting enough, Oso opting for the Aftershock onto Cassante.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised considering how you're expecting to trade so much if you don't go for a grasp to get, you know, those stacking HP. I think that's pretty valuable. But also has to be pretty careful, even though there is the level discrepancy. Generally speaking, Renekton has a little bit more power in these early levels. And also, with the Conqueror versus the Aftershock, once the Aftershock is popped, Baxel will have a lot more combat effectiveness out of the Summoner spell, which, considering how early we are, or the rune, not the Summoner spell, excuse me, but
Yeah,
considering how early in the game makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's definitely a timing thing to come through. You're talking about that extra tempo advantage from earlier in the late start from Taunty 2K. It has allowed for Pissarro to double scuttle. And speaking of roster moves, Pissarro in this week for Mist, as well as We'll Show Them All in at ADC for Verger on the side of High Alert. Speaking of the bot lane of We'll Show Them All, they will find a decent advantage down onto Gumi, getting a few auto attacks at a full proc of that plasma from the Kaisa. Means that High Alert's bot lane feeling better.
Yeah, that was a really important sidestep out of Gumi, though. If Braum hit the Q, Gumi was dead. Or at least had to burn Flash. So that was a really important sidestep. But generally speaking, I think Gumi and Fairmancy just as happy about that, as we'll show them all in Laos, because even though there's
Oh,
pressure, that's
a lot of stuff going at the top lane. Pizarro dashes forward, gets the first blood, slowing up Taunty 2K as well. Can they find more in the counter gank? Taunty down to half HP, also a little bit far back. Getting very low on the Rex side, but not quite enough to be killed.
Yeah, still had that flash, so could have used the summoner to get away if it was necessary. Now the TP back out of Baxel, but Kane is walking his way back. And to be honest, that is what we should expect out of the Kane, to be looking topside, because more often than not, red is a little more competitively viable than blue. So that means he wants to be hitting melees. That means he either wants to be hitting Ferromancy in a bot lane gank or Baxel in a top lane. So Sorrow not only getting the kill, getting some gold in his pocket, but also getting closer to that form.
Also, other things that may have gone over the witness's head onto a separate note. It is not going to be Thunder McBusters in the mid lane again this week. Unfortunately, the Monkey's not quite having their starter once again, but we move. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's a good catch. I actually didn't realize. But I think, again, like I had said previously, that's part of the fun of Premiere, It does not matter what 5 you have on the day. It just matters that you can get the win. If I remember correctly, in week 1, Fairmancy did play, but played jungle. We'll have to get a stat check on that, but obviously is a deep roster, is something that you can move pieces around, and I think that's a benefit more than a detriment in a league like this. But still, they do find themselves about 500 gold down. A lot of that being on Kane, who now has a 3 camp advantage plus that kill. So keep your eyes out wherever Sorrow goes. There should be a lot of action in High Alert's favor, as now he is on the top side, should just get that scuttle and then continue to clear his way down.
Yeah, Sorrow definitely feeling quite alright in the early game. Picking up the kill earlier. Also, as you mentioned earlier, importantly, getting those stacks towards Rost as an Evolve is definitely a lot more reliable than Shadow Assassin Kane at this point in time. But, I mean, still... it's still at a kind of weak point for the Kane until he really does get the changed form. Speaking of danger, Oso in the top lane will be in trouble. Taunty 2K has arrived, will get the kill onto the enemy top laner, leveling back the kill count.
Yeah, and it's nice that it gets onto the Rex side, but Baxel getting involved in it, because if a Renekton gets too far behind, all of a sudden he's not all that useful. So getting a little bit of gold in his pocket, getting in to shove that wave, crashing the wave. Sorrow will actually be here to collect it. So that sucks for the Cassante, but is great for High Alert to make sure they don't lose that gold into the ether, so to say. And that does continue to push this Kane even further and further ahead of Rek'Sai. You can see now is a 30 CS deficit for the Rek'Sai, while they both have that 1 kill. So still kind of in a similar spot to where we were. The gold is now even, but Sorrow has an uncontested look at these grubs and still has a significant gold advantage to himself.
Yeah, and that was an active decision from the side of High Alert. Oso had access to the teleport, could have opted to move into the top lane to be able to get back and claim the XP and gold for himself, but instead High Alert really wants to accelerate this Kane, feeling that it will be a really big point of pressure for the team as the game goes on, which is understandable as we do wait on that evolve to come through. But speaking of things the junglers might be focusing on, it's another late first Drake here in the Blue Auto Premier League.
Yeah, and I think that makes a good amount of sense, because even though the Jhin and Alistar lane is the one that has been getting priority, it's mostly that it's just bouncing, it is crash after crash after crash either which way, which means that without a consistent lane to push out of, it's not as easy as it looks to set yourself up for this Drake, especially when Swain has prio in the mid lane, but Rek'Sai is behind. So Monkeys can't, but neither can High Alert, but now potentially fighting that bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look down now. The Swain's very low, not quite down just yet. Already popped that demonic ascension. Force shot goes down onto Rep, taking him very low, but the killer instinct drops. The option is to try to find Liquor. It will get the kill onto Will Show Them All, and actually 2 kills go the way of High Alert as they pick up the feats of warfare. They're looking for more. Baromancy now the target. Pulverize drops down to slow down Pissarro, headbutts the Kaisa away, but it's not enough to get him out. Will Show Them All shows us what High Alert has in the bags for themselves, but it's not over just yet. Baxel getting also very low, having the Dominus already popped, gets the flash out of the Cassante, and won't push his luck any further under that tower.
It's actually a flash for flash trade in the top side, but going back to this bottom side fight, it looked good for Monkeys at first, but they weren't able to convert to a kill fast enough, and then the cavalry arrived. Will Show Them All came in with the killer instinct, and it was a fight on 2 fronts. Gumi stays to hit the new members that just came, while Ferromancy looked to try and finish off the kill onto Annie. Neither of them are able to do anything, and High Alert gain a massive advantage.
The teleport back from Oso doesn't have access to the all out to significantly increase his damage, but Baxel's really low anyway. Pathmaker will avoid the first stun, but second one drops from Baxel, and Taunty 2K is here. Can Oso get the kill onto Baxel? Yes, he does, but at what cost? Takes a tower shot. Taunty 2K surely going to claim Oso in short order.
Oh, making it look pretty with the ultimate. Collects that gold. A second kill. Both kills for Little Monkeys are on to Taunty 2K, so we'll have to see what he can do with that extra gold, trying to even out the gap that Kane has slowly been accumulating. Is still wow, a 27 CS lead for the Kane in the jungle. And you see that Monkeys are already trying to prioritize fixing that. They have 3 wards in Kane's topside jungle. Gumi has to be real careful here.
Yeah, Glacial Fissure drops. Gooby has to flash away from Laos, who's Q, to ensure that he doesn't get tagged by the concussive blows.
Yeah, good fancy feat to avoid the Glacial Fissure, but has to flash away when the Winter's Bite hits, because that would have meant a kill. Alistar was still coming back from base, so he will be here now, and Rek'Sai is on the bottom side if they do want to try and make a play. But, you know, with that summoner already blown out of Gumi, it's a little bit harder to look aggressive, and Kane will be at least on the right side of the map if a fight does break out. He could reasonably make it a 3v3.
Aro is also heading towards this bottom side. Headbutt Pulverize goes down onto Will Show Them All, but a good body block from Laos Hu and a killer instinct from Will Show Them All builds distance between the rest of the Little Monkeys. Taunty's here, Soraro arriving as well. Winter's Bite not quite finding way down. Headbutt away onto the Kane, but that just might have given him access onto the Jhin. A double kill will be picked up by Will Show Them All, but Baxel teleports down. Dominus popped, and the option is Sorrow under the tower, who gets the kill onto the Rek'Sai, but it will be the shutdown claimed by Baxel.
It's still a 3-for-1 for High Alert. That is a big boon for them. Drew comes down.
Liquor finds the snare onto Rept, who has to drop Tibbers to get the stun out. No demonic ascension available for the side of Monkeys.
Yeah, it is an ult for ult trade. I think that I don't know exactly who has the shorter cooldown to know who actually won that trade. I guess we'll see shortly once the Tibbers does go down. But going back to that bottom lane fight, it is a massive win for High Alert. They get 3 kills for 1. They do lose the shutdown, but all things considered, Renekton is not going to be this massive carry. He got a lot of gold, but I don't think it's something that you're so worried about him running away with the game, and you're able to get a ton of gold onto Will Show Them All, onto this Kaisa, who has to be a majority of your damage. So I think High Alert should be very happy with that. Now, a Hex Flash over here, it looks like they could be trying to set up a play for Annie, but with no wave, I don't know if they can make anything happen.
Yeah, Rept playing very cautiously, especially towards the bottom half of this map, knowing that that's where Sorrow is. And speaking of Sorrow, they have gotten the form upgrade on the Kane. Now Rost is going to be all that much more powerful in these future fights with so much CC available in that kit. And the healing will make High Alert that much more powerful on top of the 3k gold lead they have for themselves.
Uh-oh. I don't know if Taunty 2K wants this.
2K could be in a bit of trouble. Sorrow spots him out on his own Raptors, but will instead just to look to clear the rest of that camp.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you take what you can get. Rek'Sai still has many camps. Looks like 2 on the top side, 3 on the bottom side to collect to try and slowly make their way back after this massive farm deficit that Kane has put them in. And that's a good start, but Kane is still feeling so good. Over 1,000 gold lead individually over Tawny 2K. And has been in more action, has died less. Just about every stat you can look at, this Kane is doing fantastic. So well done, to be honest, out of Sorrow, who we didn't really have all that much faith in the Kane, definitely proving us wrong. And Baxel has to be careful, because if action happens in this top side, Kane can get there pretty quick.
And he is here on the top half of the map, namely for the Rift Herald, which has spawned now. It will be picked up by the side of High Alert, but Oso is going to go all out, bringing Baxel over the wall, getting Sorrow a bit closer to this fight. Baxel going to have to flash over the wall in return. Oso not quite landing the Q onto Baxel to get the slow, and Baxel is
that was an
but
flash.
Straight over to the mid lane. We're not done just yet. Moves forward from Ferromancy. Gets the pulverize down onto Rept. The Annie's so low, but not quite dead. Surely now by the Rek'Sai. Shut down for Tawny 2K. A 3v2 still. The snare finds its way onto Laos Hu. But Tawny 2K on the wrong side of the map will be the target for this Kai'Sa. Tawny 2K not long for this world as will show them all. Gets yet another kill.
And not only that, but on the top side, they dove the tower, killed Baxel after that fantastic escape, and got the tower too. So they've won on the mid lane, they've won on the top lane, and now on the bottom side of the map, they'll collect the Drake as well.
They have starting to stack these objectives, claimed every single neutral objective in the game so far. 2 Drakes, all 3 Grubs, and the Rift Herald. It is just an exclamation point on top of the 4K gold lead they've garnered for themselves.
Yeah, and to be honest, not only is it that 4K gold lead, it's where we find that 4K gold lead. Kai'Sa is a monster. We'll show them all, has always been a standout performer in Emerald Leagues, but now doing it once again, 5-0-2, and the rest on the Kane, which is a champion that really needs to get that gold to be as powerful as a lot of the more, we'll say, comp staples. But now
the option is to go on to the Kai'Sa. Will show them all might have been shown up themselves, taken very low. The barrier not going to be used. It's actually the flash that keeps them alive. Not quite going to be a shutdown handed over, but no flash on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it looked good, but to be honest, burning what you burned, actually, not burning all that much. I lied. Flashed on Alistar is really all that they used. But they did get the flash out of Will Show Them All. They need to punish that if they have any hopes of coming back into this game. 600 gold bounty sitting on that Kai'Sa's head, plus the kill gold would be important, but now Baxel has to be so careful.
Yeah, the smite for the slow drops down onto Baxel. The knockup finds its way down. Sorrow's so far ahead. Baxel's doing his best just to heal up to buy time for Ferromancy and Tawny 2K to arrive. Sorrow's gone low, but he heals so much. Finally, Sorrow will buy time using the ult, heals back up from a result, and now Will Show Them All has arrived. Oso gets the kill, and the monkeys have been swept off the map. Sorrow buys so much time for his allies to arrive, and what monkeys thought was a good pick turns into a disaster.
Yeah, it looked all right. Alistar was the first one there, but it doesn't matter because Sorrow does so much damage. It just kills Baxel, and then the ult interaction, Tawny 2K thought he had to execute with ultimate. Oh no!
Dove under tower, deleted by Will Show Them All.
Yeah, he just can't stay there. No one else is on the map. It's just too aggressive, and you have to understand it. You're losing everything you want to greed for every last minion, but it ends up being yet another kill for Will Show Them All. The bounty over his head going up, another 100 gold, 700 gold for the first person to kill him, but it doesn't even look like he could die.
Yeah, it's so difficult with Will Show Them All having access to the killer instinct and the barrier. The ability to reposition even without the flash is so much, but
no mana.
Rept could be in a lot of trouble, as you mentioned, with no mana and nowhere to go. The snare lands. Going to be Liquor finally picking up the kill onto the enemy mid laner.
And that's, you know, a needed respite for the monkeys, but it is a far cry away from getting them back into this game. Still sitting 7,000 gold in the hole. And now Baxel has to be careful. Pings 3 members on this bottom side.
Yep, Sorrow, Laosu, and Oso all arrive. The stun comes down. Baxel nowhere to go, flashing away in full retreat, hoping that he could get the support of Gumi, who does manage to find the stun, and with the blast cone there, actually, okay, yeah, Baxel gets out. That's a bit crazy, dodging out Sorrow one final time, and he's alive.
My bad, I guess I didn't see that
Oh,
coming.
and we'll show the walls in trouble. Oh, shutdown! That is a 1,000 gold shutdown getting picked up by Taunty 2K, but the teleport comes through from Rep, and the rest of High Alert were on High Alert. Will find the revenge for their ADC. Taunty 2K will get knocked by Sorrow, not quite. Actually, wait, no, it won't mind. Laosu's there.
You know, honestly, Worth gave him that kill over to the Braum, and he thought it looked good. They finally got a pick onto We'll Show Them All, but actually, it wasn't all that worth it. They end up losing 2 for that. It's a 2 for 1, kind of a 2 for 2. Not exactly, but considering how much gold they got in their pocket, is definitely close. But still, their jungler's off the map with Otacon available, and with the Drake 35 seconds left till it spawns, Monkeys have to get back on the map and reestablish their vision if they have any hope of stopping High Alert from getting to Soul Point.
Yeah, High Alert are truly running away with this game, and this is just kind of representative of how it's gone for the Monkeys so far. They can't even begin to consider contesting the Otacon, and still a perfect set of neutral objectives going into the hands of High Alert with that Otacon take.
Yeah, and if we could also get a quick little heal cut check. It doesn't look like they have anything. I don't think they kill Oso.
He's very tanky. We'll use the Pathmaker to use onto the outside. Actually takes Pheromancy under the tower. I mean, the idea was there from Pheromancy, but the execution not quite. At the very least, in all that time, the top lane tier 1 was taken from the Monkeys. They do get a little bit extra gold from the objective bounty.
Yeah, but definitely not enough to lose a member. And you saw that actually Monkeys very quickly realized that it wasn't going to be a good fight. Tawny 2K walked away, but unfortunately, Cassante has enough tools in his kit where he can decide if you're done or not. Uses the ultimate to pull Alistar all the way under the tower and forcing the order. Well done, but now Monkeys potentially looking for something on Sorrow.
Sorrow is the target. We've seen the last time when Sorrow was the main point of focus from the Monkeys, and High Alert collapse once again, completely flanked out by Will Show Them All, and they have been shown up. They have shown up the Monkeys.
Yeah, very quickly you could tell that that was not going to go in their favor. They looked for the pick, but with Kane's ultimate, he can buy himself a good amount of time, and Gumi and Pheromancy were not there. Pheromancy not on the map, Gumi on the bottom side, and now Gumi...
Oh, Laosu flashing forward, gets the Winter Spike onto Gumi. Pheromancy headbutts them away, but he gives up his life for his ADC. Oh, 7. But the killer instinct comes in onto Gumi. It was all for naught. The ace comes down. Will Show Them All, showing the Monkeys how it's done. 22-6 in terms of kill. The base has been opened for the literal Monkeys.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to finish here because the Swain is now alive and so is the Rek'Sai, but they can take a good amount of the base. Renekton is here as well on these resets. Do they look for a fight? No. It will be a free escape for the side. Tawny 2K can still potentially pester, but there's nothing on the map for Monkeys to even get here. Tawny 2K, too far.
Going to have to dash away, not barely dodging out the CC from Sorrow. This is not currently the Monkeys' jungle. They're not going to give up just yet on this red buff. A very, I guess, key point for them to at least pick up. And the High Alert not going to risk it all over for just a red buff.
Yeah, they all needed the resets after that fight on the top side. They had a lot of gold to spend. Frankly, Monkeys, I think they're more so looking for picks and unable to find it, even though it looked close. And that's frankly pretty heartbreaking for Monkeys because they need the Hail Mary. They need a pick into an objective. They are now sitting over 10k in the hole. So yes, they got to keep their jungle as their own. They keep a little bit of standing gold on the map in their own possession. but I don't know how much it matters when the base is cracked and 10k. They can just look for a fight whenever.
Lands an auto attack. Baromancy marked up by the Winters. By Tars here as well. Taunty 2K will try to stay alive as long as possible. Will show them all. Gets the first kill. Gets the second down onto Alistair's double kill. Going to assume that was probably the triple. And it's now the target is Liquor. Could it be the Quadra for Will show them all? Quadra. Pinza is the call for the side of High Alert.
They can kill it.
Kumi is the only one left alive. Surely they'll try to get it for Will show them all. It would be the first Pinta kill of the season for the Kaisa, and it's going to be the
there it is.
Kill for Will show them all. It cost him his life. It might actually delay the game a little bit longer with how much was committed for it. Sorrow's left alive. Maybe Sorrow can in this one. Ferromancy is back up, and Taunty 2K is up now as well. Baxel will be returning soon. Sorrow should be able to get out, so it's not quite the end. It'll cost the shorter game time, but first pentakill of the season claimed by Will Show Them All.
If Sorrow just ignored the Alistar and hit without dashing to trigger the tower to damage him, I think he frankly could have ended the game. But obviously, you know, there's no reason to risk it. You're not really losing too much pressure on the map either, because with these Hex Gates, you can right away get back. You see all 5 members using them, rushing their way over to the Baron. So no tempo really lost. And Sorrow stays alive, doesn't risk anything. And now Monkeys, once again, put between a rock and a hard place within... frankly, what feels like an unwinnable fight in front of them, but the Baron has started. Monkeys don't even look like they're going to contest. They're going to try and trade to get a single Drake. It's not necessarily the trade you want, but if it stops Soul, that could be their only hope.
That is what they're going to opt to do, but it does leave their base
they might just go for the base.
They have an open Nexus. Hirelite are beelining it for it. They've got the push in the mid lane. Teleport's coming back now from the side of the Literal Monkeys. They're going to try to stop this Nexus from being taken. They commit too much to try to take the Drake.
Oh, Swain.
That's going to be the Swain deleted immediately.
Oh, no, the
option is to Will Show Them All. Baxel trying to take down this deadly Kaisa, but can't quite get the space in time. Baxel not quite even getting the kill to Will Show Them All just yet. Baromancy, Headbutt Pulverize is going to be stopped by the Zanyas. Will Show Them All gets the kill anyway. There's so much committed onto this Kaisa. They still don't even get Will Show Them All as consolation, as Liquor is the last one alive for the Literal Monkeys. He'll do everything he can to pick up the kill onto Will Show Them All, but High Alert shows Monkeys how it's done here in game 1.
And it's just insult to injury that Will Show Them All could not even go down there. There was just no way. They sent everything. They sent all the cavalry to that Kaisa. 30,000 damage, 17, 2, and 8. A monstrous performance out of Will Show Them All. And frankly, the whole roster was doing well. I think, obviously, it's between Will Show Them All and Sorrow for game 1, but...
Well, I mean, Will Show Them All got a pentakill. Like, come on.
Well, okay, but that took 3 people killing themselves in the fountain. You know, that was a team effort pentakill. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I know.
But still, you know, Hyler should be really, really happy with this win. And Monkeys have to go back to the drawing board to find a draft that shores up their weaknesses and can help them bring us to a game 3.
We'll have to see what adjustments the Monkeys make for game 2, and if they can send us to that game 3, as you mentioned, or if High Alert will try to close this out in 2. We'll have to wait until the draft starts in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing that to you very momentarily. And we are back after a dominant game one from High Alert over the Literal Monkeys here in the Blue Otter Premier League. I mean, they're living up to their name on the side of High Alert after that game one.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially we'll show them all. Jake had a fantastic performance. And now, going into first round of bans for game two, Monkeys, all eyes are on the jungle with Viego and J4 off the table. Also Leona. So I don't know what that's really potentially looking at. Maybe High Alert has priority over something like a Misfortune. We'll have to see. But I think I'm looking for something specifically in the mid-jungle, a mid-jungle 2v2 that can skirmish and be aggressive early. It's something that Monkeys really need, and while High Alert did so fantastic, you know, Kane was all over the map. Everywhere he went, he made action happen, and now he's set himself up to do that again with an early aggressive champion like the Xin Zhao. We'll have to see exactly where he prioritizes, but you have to know wherever he goes, fights will ensue.
There's a lot of priority from the side of High Alert for Sorrow, their jungler. And if that Kane performance, as he mentioned, was anything to go off of, Xin Zhao definitely a very similar style of champion that High Alert would have won with that very early aggression coming through. That being said, Monkeys would opt in for the first pick, Jinx.
I'm surprised that wasn't what happened in game one. On blue side with Jinx, I feel like Jinx is just such a safe champ to be able to do that with. I do like the Wukong both as an answer into Xin Zhao as well as an aggressive AD bruiser that can make action happen a little bit faster and a little bit more consistently than the likes of a Rek'Sai. So I love that, but we'll have to see how High Alert responds.
Ion does look to be the option. A very decent blind top laner option. Probably one of the better ones to say if we're going to be playing blind on the blue side. Might as well pick up our top laner early. And Aphelios going to be the ADC for High Alert.
Yeah, I like Aphelios. Both are those high scaling, high damage ADs. I love the idea behind it if it happens. You know, Sion, what they're doing is they're saying, if you're going to pick a Jinx comp, then we'll have a beefier frontline than you. That's effectively what this Sion lock so early is saying, especially because I don't think Sion would necessarily be on the ban slab. You know, so I would argue that that's kind of the saying. And they do lock in the Darius as kind of a, I wouldn't say it's calling a bluff, because it's not necessarily a bluff, but you're saying, if you're High Alert, you won't be able to punish me for locking in this hard scaling, high HP tank for the late game for this hyper scale AD carry teamfight game. And Monkeys are trying to call that and say, well, we'll punish you in the meantime.
Yeah, Darius the choice for the Monkeys as the response to High Alert's top lane pick. It
does make me a little scared. I'll be honest. It's the right idea. However, it makes me really scared.
Yeah, I feel like Darius, the few times I've seen this matchup, Darius does really well, but there's always that chance, that lingering thought in the back of your mind that says, if Darius doesn't dominate this early game, it could very easily get out of hand for Sion. There's a lot of focus from the side of Literal Monkeys onto the supports that Aphelios likes, with the Thresh and the Lulu taken away. To then follow up with the Nautilus is clearly showing targeting on this very immobile carry.
Yeah, I like it. It also really simplifies your team fight, which I think if you're ever struggling or you ever lose a game one, I think going simpler is always a good way to, you know, get your grounding and have something that's easy to play off of. The Renata is an interesting lock. I think it does the right things. It's a good matchup into the Nautilus, but you more so expect that with something that wants to be a little more aggressive early. Obviously, the pros love to lock this in next to the likes of a Callista, but I don't think it's bad by any means next to the Aphelios. But it does make for a really interesting draft in terms of what they want in the mid lane. They need some high damage, consistent output out of the mid lane. And Veigar, that just about fits the bill.
Yeah, obviously, the infinite scaling that Vargar brings. We saw how much it could do in that first series in the game, too. And that will be the choice this time around from High Alert. Definitely does sort of fit the bill in terms of damage, but also the Event Horizon, I think, does a pretty good job of forcing the champs that Literal Monkeys have drafted into certain areas, especially these melees. But Mel, the response for the side of Literal Monkeys, this could be interesting considering the interactions with the rebuttal and the likes of the Vagar ults and the hostile takeover as well could be very good reflections for this champion.
I think that is a fantastic R5 pick for Monkeys. I think that is I can't say it again. That is awesome. It does a great matchup into the Vygar. Not only does it reflect the R, the Primordial Burst, but also it just denies early stacking because you can reflect the Q. The Renata interaction is absolutely fantastic, but not to mention Aphelios' ultimate is also a projectile. It can also be reflected. You know, some of them are better than others. The damage pop is obviously the easiest, and the worst, I think, is the CC, because you can't actually reactivate to make it CC. But that's a really powerful tool that High Alert has that now Monkeys has access to as well. I think this is great. Obviously, there's a lot of heavy scaling. Mel scales great. Jinx scales great. Vygar and Scion scale infinitely. So you have to have a lot of, I guess, significance attributed to them in the late game. The later it goes, the more and more they'll be scary. But that also kind of means the scarier Mel will be. So I think this is a great draft out of Monkeys. And generally a decently standard draft out of High Alert. We'll see if Monkeys ace in the holes, their Darius and their Mel will be able to kind of stem the bleeding of what is a very powerful, very stable composition out of High Alert, but I think they picked the right champs to do just that.
Got that Noxian Might coming out on the side of the Literal Monkeys. Can they use that power to propel themselves to a victory here in Game 2, or will High Alert be able to close it out with a few of their infinite scaling picks? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, we're going to be put into a spectator delay to have that go through, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in a few short minutes. And we are back and ready to go for game 2 between the Literal Monkeys and High Alert here in the week 2 of Blue Waters Premier League. And straight away, obviously the thing to note, Baxel on the Darius, importantly, opting to go for Ghost instead of the Teleport.
Yeah, also Flash Ghost. Often you'll see the Ghost take up that Flash spot for either a Teleport or an Ignite if you're really going for lane. The little spin to winners in the mid lane. But I do think that is pretty interesting to note. And the other thing to note is that it is 2 combat summoners on both bot laners. You know, Laos does have the heal, Fairmancy does have the ignite, so you don't see something, you know, we have in the past seen ADs take a TP, or one of them have a ghost, but neither will be the case, which I think is the correct decision for all parties involved. I think Rept is able to get a ward here. Yeah, he will be able to get a ward,
Nice.
so the little wins for a High Alert. I think that is a very valuable word. Actually, I didn't realize that Monkeys were able to get that same word themselves, even a little bit further out of the pit. So I guess, I don't know exactly how they got that, but that's also a little win. I think they'll be happy to have that tracking onto Sorrow, especially after that Game 1 performance. Just such a monster on that Kayn. We'll see if he can do the same thing on Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and well, if there is a champion that does allow you to have a pretty monster performance, especially from that early game focus, that is, in fact, the Xin Zhao. We'll be feeling quite alright for Sorrow. But the reason why the focus isn't on this top lane, I mean, it's kind of covered it already during the draft, is like Baxel definitely does need to get ahead, but wait, hold on, focus back towards the bot lane. We've got interest all over the map. The hook from Fairmancy doesn't quite get Laos 2 under the tower, so the trade goes back and it's relatively even.
Yeah, I still think that's probably better for Monkeys because Laos did miss the handshake and the hook did land. But actually, you know what? The damage was surprisingly close, and I guess that is the case as it stands for such an early game Jinx, that she really can't pump out that much damage. And obviously, Aphelios starts with green-red, so it starts with pretty powerful yet safe tools, but does get hook, should just be a little bit of damage. Yeah, it is. And Fairmancy takes a little bit himself, goes down about a third, a decent chunk. But I think it's all things said and done. It's just about even. That amount of health removed is probably equivalent to what is on both members, just put more on the support than what Monkeys was able to do.
This time around, we take a look at the junglers both pathing towards the bot side, neither having a particularly major advantage in terms of clear at this point in time. But as they both head towards the bottom side, we could have some interaction between the two at the first Scuttle Crab, but instead, it's going to be an early recall from Sorrow. Going to be able to get those items first, and I'm going to assume probably going to be beelining it towards the top side of the map afterwards.
All right, I'll be honest. I'm not the most well-versed in my lane swaps. However, usually, my understanding is that it is to save your bot lane from a bad matchup and kind of sacrifice your top laner. But your top laner was the one that was having the bad time. But now, look at these pings, 22k.
It might have just been to find Tawny 2K, who is in trouble flashing away from the event horizon marked up by the 3 talent strike. Can Taunty get out? Will be able to hop over the wall. Maybe that was the call from the Monkeys, I guess, from High Alert to be able to close down on this Wukong, who recalls now for the first time, finally to get a few long swords under their belt.
Yeah, in case you dropped the first one, you got to have an extra 2 in the backpack. But I think that's a good play. I don't think that was exactly why the rotations came around.
Probably not, but yeah, I'd like to imagine.
Yeah, I think it's more so probably to save the Scion, who is having a monstrously bad time. It's 19 CS to 33, but now with the matched back, it will be back to normal. It looks like, yeah, they are really hard forcing this lane swap, so they will be sending Aphelios and Renata back to the bottom lane to try and save this Scion the pain, and I think that that's not all that worth it, as now Sorrow is here, but still spotted on a ward. Repped so low.
Very dangerous times for Rept in the mid lane. Luckily, Liquor had used all of their abilities, so there's no real options to find the kill onto Rept, so he'll be able to just recall and teleport back. But still, every single time you see the health bars as low as they are, it always kind of gets a bit, on the edge of your seat. Speaking of the edge of your seat, it's going to be the start up from the side of High Alert onto this first Drake. So I don't know if there's going to be a response from the monkeys.
There probably shouldn't be, and that was the benefit of running that switch, is you got your bot lane back into the bottom side. And frankly, so far, these lane swaps have done their purpose. We'll show them all has fallen down a little bit of CS, about a wave. But Scion hasn't died, and Scion has minimized that loss. Now is only down about a wave himself. And you got your bot lane back in time to be able to get your early Infernal Drake, which Infernal stats go so well with the likes of Aphelios, with the likes of Vigar. So I think all things considered, High Alert should be happy with how their lane swaps have gone. I think Scion is not out of the woods yet, though. He will still be in a load of pain, especially as Baxel has hit level 6. So you can expect that maybe with the Ghost, with the Flash, there will be some attempted aggression the next time there is a window to do so for this Darius. But I think they should, again, be happy with that. I think the one part that they shouldn't be happy with is this mid lane. Every time we look, this Mel is winning in trades. And that's going to get worse and worse because the stronger Vigar gets, the stronger Mel's W gets to pile that damage.
2K steals away the blue buff, which gets him the level 6 and have access to the Cyclone. A really good steal, very good heads up awareness from Taunty 2K, stopping Sorrow in his own jungle.
Baxel walked up for a plate, did not realize that the plate was not ticking down because the minions hadn't made their way to the tower yet, so he took 2 tower shots. But the health is still just about even, and he's 10 CS up, so I think Baxel should be pretty happy with that. And he was more than safe to do so because Wukong had killed the opposing jungler in that topside jungle, so Darius can be as aggressive as he wants, continue to push up.
No, we'll show them all. Has red, white, the strongest point in time, and the hostile takeover is used. Gets the flash out of Gumi.
Necessary flash. We'll show them all. Could have gotten so much damage out there. If they looked for that, he would have been nigh unkillable with the heal he can get from red. That combo is just disgusting, and I think a very necessary flash out of Gumi.
Yeah, the adage, the saying to remember when you're playing against Aphelios is red, white, don't fight. So Gumi, as you said, wise to that, going to flash away all the while in the top lane. Timing on that kill does mean that High Alert does get to the grubs first. We'll pick up the first 2. Can they claim all 3? There could be a collapse. Unstoppable Onslaught will be used, but it just isolates Sorrow. The flash, very interestingly enough, don't really know if that was all that necessary. Probably could have just accepted the gas, but straight to the bot side. No more red, white for Will show them also. Gumi looks for the fight and the monkeys, but the Crescendo has so many stacks and does so much damage. It will pull under the tower. It's not quite under tower, actually, and that will mean the 2v2 double kill will go the way of High Alert.
We'll show them all is just so good at this game. It was the right window to look for, but the traps don't line up with the hook, so it actually did not get the chain CC, and then we'll show them all is able to flash out of the way of Gumi's ultimate. So all that damage was not there, and then his ultimate does land. He has so much damage, and even though he just barely has enough mana, now has 0 mana left in the tank, it is no difference, and he still finds the kill. 2 kills, and once again, we'll be watching We'll Show Them All as the main carry for High Alert.
Yeah, it recalls gets both the BF sword and the serrated dirk, looking to build towards the collector as the first item on this Aphelios. It's a very common first buy. It gives that extra strength, especially when you have the gun combos correct, whether that be red, white, or blue, purple, which will be up next, or we'll show them all as soon as he gets through the Calibrum. rounds there. Sorrow also showing up in the bot lane, looking to get. We'll show them all a little bit further ahead, but Dong Liquor and Tonti2K are
flash.
Sorrow, it's flash, not available, going to be quickly taken down. Also, takeover is perfect, though. It's not quite enough to save the jungler, but there is a kill in return onto Tonti2K.
Yeah, that hostile takeover did so much work. It was actually even closer than we originally noticed because it was really close to getting the bailout as well. It was very close to getting enough damage, but just barely was not. So they're able to still get what is a 1-for-1, and I think that High Alert should be happier with that than Monkeys.
Yeah, with how much much was committed from Monkeys to the bottom side of the map. The fact that High Alert managed to get something out of it is definitely notable, but the Noxian Guillotine drops onto Oso, taking him very low. Not quite enough to find the kill, but will force a recall, surely.
Dongo has to be careful. Actually, no, it's Sorrow who's getting aggressed on.
Sorrow is not had the best of times on this Xin Zhao so far. It's usually such a strong pick. Oh, the bleed!
It was. I don't even think there was a bleed stack. I don't think there was a bleed stack. I think that was a caster minion auto from downtown that ends up securing the kill.
Wait.
Yeah, it is. Oh no, you're right. It was. Oh.
No, because the caster minion went onto the tower, and so yeah, it must have been It surely was the bleed that ended up getting the kill, which buys the time for Baxel to get out. We'll be able to recall, and this is what. Baxel needed on this Darius now, sitting 1-0-1, also over 20 CS up over Oso on the Scion.
To be honest, I think it's a little bit egregious to stay in that lane. You know, you had your bot lane swap twice to save you from the bad matchup. You get Nox and Guillotine down to like 100 HP. Why are we staying for that wave? We just can't stay for that wave. You were really close to getting out, and I don't think that means that it was a good call to stay, and I think it's really punishing, you know? You still have TP, so at least you don't have to burn that, but you burn the ultimate. The Drake, at least, there ended up being no fight. Monkeys got it uncontested to even up the Drake score, but if your team fought for that Drake, if they wanted to, they couldn't anymore because you were just a little bit greedy for that wave. So I think that was quite a mistake there, and now Darius has such a lead. Like you said, 15 CS difference, 1-0-1. He's feeling pretty good. Gumi has to be a little careful here, but I guess with the likes of a Enchanter support, you don't really get that much tower aggression.
Wait,
Gumi.
The flank from Baxel is arriving. Gumi takes a good chunk of damage, but here's the main show. We'll show them all in trouble. Has red and white, tries to find the kill onto Gumi, is getting the kill onto Gumi. So there, at the very least, will be a response from We'll Show Them All, but it's a double kill going over to the side of Baxel.
Every time you think that We'll Show Them All is outnumbered, he proves to you you didn't bring enough. He still finds a kill. You know what? I think Monkeys should still be happy with that. It's a 2-for-1 in their favor. They get the shutdown. Not only shutting down Aphelios, but also it going on to the Darius. Darius gets plates. Darius gets the second kill as well. He was just 1-0-1. Now he's 3-0-1. That is frankly a win condition in the top lane that will be so hard for anyone on High Alert to match. Look at that gold difference. It's almost 2,000 gold to Darius alone, and that is a big boon for them. But it's only a boon in the side lane because he does not have TP. He won't be there for the team fights, and if he is there for the team fights, there's nobody in the side lane. So, you know, not necessarily where you want all the gold. If I saw 3-0-1 being Jinx's scoreline, I'd be a lot more confident, not because Baxel versus Gumi, but because of Jinx versus Darius without a teleport as his summoner spell. So keep your eye on what he can do in the side lane and how Monkeys fare in the team fight with a 4v4, considering their top laner does not have that TP.
Yeah, the High Alert do have greater options in terms of map movements, but Baxel still could very much be a problem regardless. I believe that was 4 solo plates as well on top of these kills, and this 22 CS lead is a a lot of gold extra to the side of Baxel, which is going to be shown quite a bit of respect by Sorrow. He hasn't had the best time in this game so far. Has now picked up the Titanic Hydra as a first item, interestingly enough.
I don't know if that's necessarily the right call. I would actually argue it's probably not, especially in this game. You're dying a lot. Maybe a little bit more survivability would have been valuable. But regardless, his team is still doing well. His team is still within 1,000 golden monkeys at all times. 4 kills on the Aphelios. And the objective control has been great. There's one Drake that has been lost. But, you know, you got 3 grubs. You got, again, the Rift Herald there. Just like in game 1, Mel will get a lot of damage on the bottom tower. Actually, she will be able to collect this tower in trade of that objective. And it is the first turret, so I think that's a valuable trade. But still, you know, you have to feel actually pretty good if you're high alert that you're still able to get things on the map, even though it feels like you're starting to lose these fights.
Yeah, and a lot of that does come from the fact that all of this gold is onto the side of Baxel. I mean, we saw that he had a 2K advantage over Oso in this matchup, but if you look at the total gold difference, monkeys are not sitting up 2K in total. So if you consider like the rest of the teams overall, high alert are slightly advantaged in the 4v4 across the map.
I mean, I would even go as far as to say they're pretty well favored. It's not even just a little. I think the reason it's somewhat closer is because Mel is now closing in on 15 CS, stronger than Vigar, plus those 2 kills. She has much more powerful components because she has the faded ashes. There we go. Still got it. But there will be the Rift Herald to break down this mid tower and try and get priority for this ensuing Drake flood. But it looks like monkeys are prepared to fight for it.
Teleport is being dropped by Oso. Charge comes down, breaks open the mid lane tier 1. But Baxel isn't too far away, so it will potentially be a 4v4. I mean, 5v5 Massacre dropping down. The onslaught is now on to Sorrow. Baxel could be in a little bit of trouble. Flashing over into the backline. It's very ambitious from Baxel and Taunty 2K, but it's a little bit too far for the monkeys. There are a few kills in return for the side of Liquor, but that's only the one onto Sorrow. Importantly, it is the jungler, so if they do opt to try to take this Drake, it is, well, not really contestable. There's no super mega death rocket for Gooby.
Yeah, they sent so much to try and kill. We'll show them all. 2 flashes, Baxel and 22K, flashing over the wall to try and put pressure on him, and it does not avail. It is just over aggression. You know, Sion missed his decimate on everyone out of Fog. It felt like if you play that slow, monkeys maybe had a chance, but they over-aggress too soon. Mel still does work, so they get a little bit of a trade, but that is a fantastic fight for high alert. It puts them not only 1 Drake up, but also 1,000 gold in the bank higher. It's maybe the first time this game that they have a considerable gold lead, and all of it on the back of We'll Show Them All on a great team fight. And no matter how much pressure you put on him, he does not bend, he does not break.
Yeah, I mean, 6-1-1 currently on the Aphelios is such a... It is just really such a threat to the side of the monkeys. Got so much gold in his inventory, and it really shows how these fights are going. We'll Show Them All has certainly been the key, the almost the protagonist of this series.
You can say that again. It feels like he is just in a league of his own. And frankly, the rest of the map has felt very well matched. Baxel has been looking great into Osu. Now, you know, Sorrow had a great game 1. Now he's hitting 0-4. And Ferromancy was, I think, in a top 10 of players overall in stats. As jungler, now going back to more resident role for Ferromancy, as the name suggests, is the support. Everyone else on the roster, everyone else on the map is going pretty even, but We'll Show Them All is just monstrously ahead and performing so damn well in these team fights. It's 2,400 gold of a lead just for himself. Baxel should get this turret. Sion has to be a little bit careful because of it.
Yeah, Oso could be the target for Baxel. Everybody's on the opposite side of the map, so this is an isolated affair. No one's coming to help either of these members of Hyler and Monkeys. Unstoppable Onslaught gets used, but stopped by Baxel. Currently, though, Baxel really just kind of tickling Oso at this point in time.
Yeah, he was just really slow after the ultimate landed. If he had Ghost there, because
finds Ferromancy, going to land the knock up. Ferromancy pulled back
no
by
flash.
who can't quite get the dredge line down, and will show them all. Will pick up yet another kill.
That is a really bad timing to give yourself up. Tawny2K has to be a little bit careful. You saw all the heads turn as the Hex Gate over the top of him. But Baxel again fighting the Osu. I think even though it looks like it's no damage, it's no damage until it's so much damage, because Conqueror plus the bleed stacks means that the longer that they fight, the more it's going to be in Baxel's favor. It's going to look like Osu will survive until he dies. And I think that's why Osu realized he had to ult his way away. He did not want to continue fighting that because the Conqueror was fully stacked and Baxel did have Decimate available.
Yeah, Baxel is still, as you mentioned, could still potentially be a problem, but I have to imagine it would be less so as time goes on, especially as now High Alert, as we've said before, has taken a gold lead, now sitting around 700 up over the side of the Monkeys. And a lot of this is on to Will Show Them All, who we know has been so strong and has been able to use these advantages that High Alert have been able to gain. But all 5 members
I
of
don't
the
like
Monkeys
this start.
move straight onto the Otacon.
We're starting this, but
Oso.
everyone's on the bottom side of the map, and Otacon shreds your resistances. It is so hard to win a fight. Ferromancy's just trying to slow him down.
The target will try to slow things down. Will give time for the Otacon to come through, but the teleport drops from Oso to separate this fight out. Can the Monkeys escape? Unstoppable Onslaught doesn't find its way onto anyone. And now the fight continues. Baxel and Gumi going to have to flash away. The target is Baxel on the Darius. He's going to be able to get out. Correction, Baxel didn't have to flash, but importantly, Gumi did.
Well, a couple things there. First, I think that was a valiant sacrifice out of Ferromancy, doing everything he could to make sure Sorrow could not get into the Otacon pseudo pit, we'll say. But I don't think that's great timing here, because with 10 seconds left until this Drake spawns, already being down a Drake, they do not have positioning. They cannot contest this Drake. You already see they're actually not even doing it. They're sending their members to the top side. Darius will more than likely pressure onto this tier 2 turret, while Nautilus and Jinx try and pressure onto the tier 1. But they have given over Soul Point to High Alert. High Alert now has so much macro pressure. The wave will go down, but Gumi should be able to get this. We'll see if they can run their way away. Baxel and Tawny2K on the top side were not able to get anything done. And I think that is a great trade for High Alert. They should be much happier getting that Drake, even if it means they lost a turret.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it does put them on that soul point. It does mean that in 5 minutes' time, the Monkeys will have to commit a lot to the spot half of the map. And importantly, we have Baron spawning in just over a minute as well. So you could very easily get into a situation where, as High Alert, you can force the Monkeys into a trade that is kind of doesn't work out for them either way it goes.
Yeah, that is the benefit, right? You are putting them in a trade where you are guaranteed to win. Because if you want to fight for Drake, they can get Baron, but you get Soul. And if you go for Baron, then they only get 1 Drake, which is not nearly as powerful as a Baron. And for the next 3 minutes, you have your run of the map. It is so much macro pressure because of High Alert's ability to pick whichever they want. Obviously, I would argue that getting the Baron, sacking what is Monkey's 2nd Drake, and not putting them in danger of getting their own soul by any means, I think is much more powerful. But that's the real benefit of this. They have their pick of the litter for whatever they want. And their 5v5 team fighting at this point, it's probably better. It doesn't matter that Darius is ahead because without TP, oh, Tawny 2K could be caught.
Oh, the Hex Gate escape. Very good knowledge from the side of Tawny 2K to know that he had options with the event horizon dropping like that.
I love it, and that's an important escape, but still, now Baron just spawned, and mid lane priority will, of course, be in favor of High Alert with resets coming down. Wukong taking it back here, I think, is potentially worrisome timing, but no, they will not put pressure or even vision pressure onto the Baron, so Monkeys don't have to worry for potentially a Baron sneak. Dongo is on the bottom side and has the teleport if a fight were to occur, and I think that this Mel is really where, if you're looking for Monkeys to tie up the series, you have to look, because he has 2 burn items and a rod. Looks like that will not be a Rabadon's. It could be the likes of a Shadow Flame. That wouldn't be all that surprising. But with the TP and Dongo in the bottom side, Monkeys, I don't know if they really want to fight for this, but they do want to make sure they have vision, make sure that they don't have anything happen under their nose while they wait, collect items. Jinx still on 2 items. If they can wait for Mel to get 1 more item before they fight, they have a much better chance.
Obviously, that is the ideal situation. To mention, Liquor is one of the few standout points for the side of the Monkeys that they could potentially try to find a way back into this game from, but it gets a little bit more tenuous as time goes on, as you know, we get closer and closer to that point in time where High Alert can use the macro pressure from this Soul Point and the Baron on the map.
Yeah, I think, actually, I'll make an addendum. I think that if Monkeys want something to happen, I think they want it to happen before that pressure gets put on them. If they can look for a pick, force their way into one side of the jungle to have vision, then I think that might be their only ticket out of this high pressure situation and the macro that is being exerted upon them. And while they have decent vision, the defensive vision out of High Alert is very, very good. They have a control ward in the top side, so they know if anyone's walking their way towards Baron. Darius is resetting now. It's 50 seconds. It looks like we will be waiting until what is a soul fight for High Alert. Sorrow getting in the last goal before he gets off his reset, while the rest of his team already resetting. Vigar on the top side of the map, but does have the teleport. But Monkey's here first in the river.
Important, since we do have the Drake spawning now. 30 seconds. We've had a bit of a long extended timer on it. All eyes on this Hex Tech Soul. I know it says Mountain, but it is in fact the Hex Tech Soul, and it is, you know, I mean, Hex Tech Soul. Not only is the Soul Point such a pressure point normally. Even it's a bit more so.
Oh!
Hold on top of Onslaught comes through, gets the flash out of Liquor, and this fight is separated, but will show them all in
He's
trouble.
dead!
Liquor gets the kill onto the Aphelios, but the hostile takeover is
doesn't
good.
even matter?
And so the turnaround though from the side of Monkeys, flash forward onto Laos, who pulls him back. The damage is available to both Gumi and Liquor. It's there on the side of the Monkeys. They get the kill down onto Sorrow. No jungler for either side, but importantly, it is the key members of the side of Monkeys who are still alive, while Will Show Them All is back at base respawning.
That was a great fight. Tawny 2K does fall, but after flashing forward onto Will Show Them All, a major part of High Alert's damage. So even though it's a 3-for-3, or excuse me, a 2-for-2 with 3 members alive on either side, it is the Drake secured for Monkeys, and they've escaped that macro pressure situation because Baron was not able to be traded in this spot. They'll have all 5 members for yet another fight. Backsoul,
Oh, Backsoul's in trouble. Primordial Burst available, but there's just not quite the vision to use it. Flash forward from Rept. Didn't cast the Primordial Burst. Maybe it was out of range. Not sure what happened there, but not going to be able to kill onto Backsoul. Now Rept is in trouble. The depth charge goes down onto Rept.
Not enough damage.
Not quite enough to get the kill, and now Will Show Them All going forward. Oh my goodness! The damage onto Gooby is massive.
Back-to-back misplays. It is just not hitting the button out of Rept, and it looked egregious, but then Gumi isn't able to find the damage, and Fairmancy's so confident that the kill's going to go through, wasn't there to help follow up. I don't know if they would have had the damage anyway, but now they have to try and fight for this Baron, and I don't even know how they get in.
Oh my gosh, it's already dead. Nothing you can really do about that. Taken away on the side of High Alert without Gumi, especially without the Super Mega Death Rocket. There's no real way into the Baron pits. And so while originally it didn't look like the monkeys would have to face the Dragon for Baron trade, it comes through in a bit of a roundabout way.
I guess disappointing way for monkeys is now they are not only staring down the barrel of a Baron buff, but also even more gold in Will Show Them All's pocket. If he didn't have enough, he is now 3 items completed and a Dirk to Jinx only having 2s, and her component also being a slingshot. And yes, she does have the zeal, but that must feel really, really bad. And that's part of why Aphelios was able to survive while Jinx wasn't able to kill him, is he just doesn't have that much damage yet, doesn't have a 3rd item. Now, 22k, I don't know if you want this. I think he decided the same thing. He'll run his way away, but now I don't think Mel has enough wave clear to protect this turret, so 22k and Fairmancy trying to threaten a flank on the side, but eventually the cannon minion will be able to do it, so Dongo has to throw all of the abilities there. I think so far, though, the defense looking all right, but as this next wave crashes, it's going to get harder and harder.
It is becoming a little bit more untenable for the defense of the bot lane tier 2 tower. For the side of monkeys, the move is away. We're not quite going to find.
I think that is the greatest miss.
That's, yeah, really.
Do not think you wanted to hit that one.
Lausu and Sorrow were waiting in the wings for that that hook to go through, and they're just Gumi and Tawny 2K were a little bit too far away to really follow up on that had it gone through. So it's feeling all right for the monkeys, but the continued push from the side of High Alert, still feeling all right for these two. If there is one downside, it's that Will Show Them All are on a really awkward gun combo in this.
So on the flank.
So with the flank, the Unstoppable Onslaught finds its target this time around. The tower, it's not there anymore to help Gumi or Pharaohmancy. That's another 2 kills going over to the side of High Alert as they continue the relentless push into the base of the literal monkeys.
Fantastic play out of Oso, and he threatens and punishes the bot lane out of monkeys, and now they might even be able to look for an end.
Oh, but Sorrow is targeted by Baxwell, taking down to half health. The flash in for the Cyclone. Baxwell gets the kill onto Sorrow, continuing the fight. Baxwell's looking to find the backline. Will Show Them All still does so much damage, though, onto Baxwell, who's not long for this world, but the focus now is onto Liquor and Red, who uses the Primordial Burst to pick up the kill onto the Mel, so it's only Taunty 2K left without the Cyclone. Pharaohmancy's back up, but he's not going to be doing that much damage. Pharaohmancy now the only one left alive. Can he hold it off? No. Rept gets the kill onto the Nautilus. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't quite get the kill onto Rept, but so tanky on this Scion. Will Show Them All very low, but the target now has to be the rest of the members of High Alert to keep the Nexus alive. Gumi gets the shutdown onto Rept, but that's the only consolation the monkeys will get before losing the series 2-0 to High Alert.
That one was really close. There was some standout plays out of High Alert in the last minute that pushed them over the edge for that Game 2 victory. I think the 2 biggest standouts to me was Oso with that flank onto Gumi and Pharaohmancy, catching them completely flat-footed and giving their team a two-member or 5v3 member advantage. And then Rept versus Dongo, waiting until the ult channel started to use the Primordial Burst so that it could not be reflected. It was a great play, and that is all the wave clear out, and with that, it's just not enough damage to kill Will Show Them All. Will Show Them All even still had the barrier available, so it was really hard to be able to find any hope of fighting through that for monkeys. And frankly, although this one looked closer, it's very clean, a very methodical win out of High Alert. I don't even know. Will Show Them All might have died 3 times in the series total.
I think
I forget how
that's
many deaths in the first
correct.
game.
I think he might have had one. Either way, the point is that we'll show them all practically untouchable in this series. There are a few moments where it looked like he might have gone down, but I mean, you see it right there on the damage graphs. Most damage in the game this time around again. 2 times in a row. We'll show them all. Definitely, I'd say is probably the protagonist of the series.
Protagonist of the league after this performance. It is disgusting how much of a league of his own he is a part of. He was, I don't even know, maybe 8,000 damage ahead in both games. Yeah, from even the next possible performer on his team, and outshining both of the carries on Monkeys. Obviously, this game it was a lot closer because Mel had a lot of free damage all game long. Her poke is quite remarkable, but nothing compared to the damage that this Aphelios poured out. And it wasn't just free firing in a team fight. It was in high pressure situations. It was with Darius and Wukong flashing on top of him constantly. It was not a game where just any Aphelios could look this good. We'll show them all performed immaculately in both of these games to secure the 2-0 victory for High Alert.
And he showed us how good he was in this series, but I do believe that will conclude it for the Blue Water Premier League broadcast for today on a 2-0 High Alert win over the Monkeys. Colonel, you know, unfortunate for you to come in and see a bit of a struggle from your Monkeys, so on, but it's great to have you on for the second half of this broadcast. Thank you for tuning in to this one. I've been Isaac, as I've already said. That's been Colonel. Glor Snacks was our caster for the first series. Shivam working things behind the scenes. We'd like to also thank everyone at Blue Otter League for hosting this, as well as the players for putting on a show for us tonight. So we're going to send this one out. Have a good night, everyone.